Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 3 2 1. Testing 3 2 1. Testing 1 2 3.
Right, good morning and welcome. It's England versus Ireland. Today's day 2 of the Triple Crown. We're at Stirling County Cricket Club in the heart of Scotland in Stirling. Players have just taken the field. England have won the toss and they have elected to field first. So it's going to be Ross Jurity and Levon Shields who are opening the batting for Ireland. Should prove to be a tough encounter today. Ireland still smarting a little bit from their defeat yesterday against Scotland. Will prove a stubborn resistance today for the England bowlers, who bowl very well. Really impressed with the whole of the England setup yesterday when they play Wales. England had a relatively easy win. They scored 83 for 2 off 22 and chased down Wales' score of 79 all out. It's going to be Shaun Rashid who's opening the bowling again for England. He bowled yesterday, opened the bowling. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 9. A fine spell it was. Good pace, bounce, and certainly tested the keeper's gloves. The other bowlers yesterday who proved very effective. Jake Wilson making his debut. He's from Australia originally, but has played in the Sussex Prem for the last 6 seasons. He's currently 7 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 8 he was yesterday. Gareth Young bowled very well, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 5. Chris Peplow, 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 12. Lovely to see his left arm orthodox as Shaun Rashid comes in for the first ball of day 2, and that's a little inside edge to the fine leg. So 1 run to Ireland. They're off the mark. Taki Abbas bowled his leg spin to good effect yesterday, 7.2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 24, and Stephen Naylor bowled some lovely off spin there. Product of Datchet Cricket Club, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 18. So he put the skids firmly under Wales there yesterday. Looks like it's Levon Shields who's going to be facing Rashid, left-hander, very strong batsman. A little bit fuller there, nicely played on the offside, no run. Sean Heather is the man who's fielding there at the short extra. He's partnered by Gary Park, who is just gesticulating. He wants his sort of armbands, those sort of elastiband over the arm guards. And that's played on the onside, no run. England have opted for the same field that they had yesterday, 2 slips, third man fine leg, and just in front, that's James Duffy. He's just in front of square leg, mid wicket, which is Chris Peplow, and Sean Park is at mid on, quite straight mid on. Rashid continues, very full there from Rashid. He was a little bit shorter in his length yesterday when he was bowling. No doubt a little bit sore from his bowling exploits yesterday. So a very good performance by the England bowlers yesterday. Let's see what they've got today against the wealth of talent in the Ireland side. And that's gone past the outside edge. It's a good start for Rashid, give him a bit of confidence. 2 umpires for today, Chris Mays for England and Pistol Peter Searson for Ireland. They're doing the important bit of keeping the scores rolling along. Oh, bat's come out of the hand, but just played as an on-drive to Rashid, who picks the ball up. And that's the end of the over. So just 1 run off the over. That little inside edge right at the start of the game. Anyway, Sean Park is skippering the England side today. I thought God, he had a great game yesterday. Got everybody involved, which is not always easy to do in these fixtures where you're playing to a high level, but everybody got involved. All the bowlers bowled very well, and the batsmen equally had their opportunities. None other than James Duffy, who was brilliant with the bat yesterday, played a very solid innings. He scored 47 off 73 balls, which probably is a little uncharacteristic for Duffy, because he goes pretty hard at the ball from early on. But 81 minutes, 7 fours and no sixes. It was quite a masterclass really in just the grittiness and durability of batting. James Breeze also did that for the Welsh team. He only managed around about 27 runs, I think, but he showed a lot of character. He was in for about 80 odd balls. So again, this is a sort of, today, the same track. I had a good look at the pitch earlier on, and it's obviously day 2. Not many demons, I would say, in that wicket, but it's not necessarily coming onto the bat as quickly as maybe the batsmen out there have experienced from their home grounds or the leagues they play in. So, got to work hard at it. Nicely driven on the offside there. No run. There's that man Heather again in the action. Bowling for England is Will Purser, who's making his debut in this Triple Crown. Right arm, medium pace. Good pace there. Skidding through to the batsman. Durity looking quite assured there on the front foot. I'm trying not to go by numbers today on the backs of shirts, because there are apparently 4 77s in the Ireland shirts department today, and that's well, he's just gone back to that. There's no run there, no appeal, so it'll be interesting to see. So I may make a few boo-boos as the players come out, and apologies for that, but this is definitely Durity who is facing now, and Levon Shields, who played at the last fixture England played against Ireland in Uxbridge. Has a muted appeal. Looks as though it kept quite low. Just looking to whip that off his legs. Quiet day today, a little bit more cloud around. You've still got a beautiful view of the Highlands to our left. That's a nice shot through, whip through the leg side. May not go. He's going to have to run these, I suspect. Richard Sims is the fielder there, who's picked up and thrown that in. So 3 runs there to Ireland. Bring Shields onto face. And end of the over. So the score is 4 now for the second over. Right, in contrast to England's win yesterday, Ireland had a loss to Scotland, the hosts, by 66 runs. Scotland were all out, or they scored, I should say, 172, and in return Ireland were 106 all out. They played on pitch number 1 yesterday, which is just down the slope from where we are, so 2 beautiful grounds sort of nestled side by side. Ryan Watson scored a solid 61, and he laid the foundation. There were key contributions from Parsons as Rashid comes in. That's just looked to cut that. No bounce there really for that shot. Got to work hard at it. Some of these shots that they might play with a little bit more bounce are not there today on this wicket. Parsons, Kutzer and Holloway also got runs in the batting lineup. and showed some depth and reliance from the Scotland senior side. As Rashid comes in, that's driven. Again, didn't look as though it was quite there for the drive, pace-wise, but it was Dougie Wiley's spell, really, that stole the show for Scotland. He was 5 for 27 off his 9 overs with his left-arm orthodox spin, and that broke the sort of backbone, as it were, of the island's chase and batting lineup. And there's the windmill delivery from Rashid, just offers a little bit different there. Nice to see. He just mixes that up. Smartly taken by Ryan Canning there. Very quick between the wickets. He's keeping Ryan in this tournament. Sean Park is also a wicket keeper, but the skipper has opted to play the deputy role. And that's a beautiful ball from Rashid. Missed everything there, bat, stumps, nicely taken by Canning. So a good win for Scotland yesterday, but as I said earlier, Ireland won't be taking that lying down today. They'll be coming back. They've certainly got the wood over England in previous fixtures, although England did have a victory over Ireland in High Wycombe this season. Rashid in. And again, quite low as appeal, but certainly wasn't confident from Rashid. But he's getting the ball in the right areas there. I think it's just keeping quite low there for Jurity. Probably used to a little bit more bounce, the ball coming through. Tall style of bowling from almost effortless from Rashid as he comes in, and that's the end of the over. Very good over and a good start again from Rashid. 4 without loss Ireland. Jurity's got all 4 of them off 12, well, I think 13 balls, and Shields is currently not out. England bowled both Jake Wilson and Sean Rashid yesterday. I think it was for around about 13 or 14 overs before they turned to the spin of Peplow and Young, who bowled some good medium pace as well. I think there's Gareth Young. So it'll be interesting to see what the tactics are today based on yesterday's performance on this wicket. Purser coming in, right arm. That's a shout, but again, not entirely confident. Hello, David.
Hello, Woody.
Yeah, do you want to come and say a few words for a bit?
Why not? Yeah.
It's always nice to have a bit of context. I'm just welcoming David Hughes, who's the coach for England over 40s, who's coming in to sit alongside me. A little bit sore there for Husey. Good night last night, was it?
No, quiet night.
Quiet night?
Yeah, very quiet shot.
Nice shot. Just the one. There is a fielder out there. That's Chris Peplow. What was the thinking behind today, having played on the pitch yesterday? Similar tactics, do you think, in terms of bowling?
Just, all about the discipline with the ball, really. Keeping the ball a little bit fuller to normal plans on this wicket, and just bowling as straight as you can.
Nice. It's a little bit uppish through the mid-wicket region. Being chased down. That's Richard Sims, who's the fielder there. Good throw. He's having his first game of this Triple Crown. And the lads have enjoyed it so far?
Yeah, superb. Great bunch of lads, to be fair. Really positive. So exciting to see what they've got in them today.
Purser coming in, and that's kept a little bit low. Jurity couldn't quite get that round through the on the leg side, but yeah, I noticed yesterday. One of the things I noticed, David, was the good camaraderie within the.
Yeah, it's been superb.
There's lots of smiles on faces, and I thought there was a good team spirit. And the side has changed a bit over the last few games, but obviously that's just rotation, availability, etc.
Yeah, all of that. A couple of injuries, but I think that's one of the most exciting parts of this group. Just everybody willing to work hard for each other, put the effort in, bring the energy into the field. So it's been really encouraging, really encouraging.
So continue, a little bit slower ball there, and that's sort of sweat-driven. Sean Heather's the man chasing, but that's going to go for 4 runs. So that's the first 4 for Ireland today. They're going to be a little bit more resurgent after their loss yesterday against Scotland. I mean, when you're setting up for a game, obviously you're using a lot of your experience, David, from playing minor counties. It was with Hertfordshire, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
What's the style, or what's the approach that you have to a match like this with the lads who are all still playing a very high standard of cricket, aren't they?
Yeah, look, absolutely. And really, my role is just to try and facilitate them as a team, and they all know what they're doing. They've played good enough cricket for long enough to know what they need and what they require before the game, etc. But it's just really trying to make sure that the enthusiasm's there for them all, and they have the best chance to execute their skills out there.
Yeah.
And as we said, it's an exciting group. Obviously, a little bit of building for the future, having a look at players, with the eye on Barbados next year for the World Cup again. So it's just tournaments like this is a great opportunity for us to see what the players have got. Very hard, like indoor training. Very hard actually to get a grasp on. What the players are like and what they.
Oh, that's a wild shot there from Shields. Very early in the innings for that, but he's keen to get going. Maybe that's his game, but I don't think it's a wicket where it's very easy to drive early on.
It's very hard to hit through the line of the ball, so it's runs are kind of at a premium. So it's just changing the goalposts a little bit on what your expectations might have been coming into the week and adapting to the conditions. Scoring freely is going to be tough, to be fair, from what we've seen on both grounds. So,
yes.
It's just managing that for the batters and
their approach as well. I mean, I was having a chat with James Duffy just while you were getting ready to come out, and we were saying it's not coming on, so there's a need to have quite a gritty approach to batting, isn't there?
Absolutely, which is what he did superbly yesterday.
Yeah. And that's kept a little bit lower, but again a muted appeal, no run. Rashid is bowling superbly, just carrying on from where he started yesterday. Yeah, it's like James Breeze as well for Wales. Played a good knock, and then he got out that soft caught and bowled, wasn't it, to Steve Naylor.
Yeah.
But he showed that if you're getting down, and I was saying to Duffy, where are you standing in relation to the popping crease? Are you coming out? And he was about a foot outside, and I'm just looking at Levon Shields now, who's batting, and he must be equally a good foot outside the popping crease.
Yeah.
Just trying to get to the pitch of the ball a little bit closer, because it is dying a little bit, isn't it, for the batsman to try and play that drive. That's your game.
Trying to get out the ball and trying to put the bowler off his length a little bit by just coming down the wicket a fraction. So it's all the little.
That's nice. Nicely played. That's better. A little bit more bounce there. So that's the end of the over. And in terms of the sort of talent ID and the approach for the World Cup, that looks at what's going to be your approach for next season.
It's exciting. Well, what's really exciting, we spoke about it a little bit last night. What's really exciting is the strength in depth that we've got on a group of players that you'll be very happy to put on that plane for Barbados. So there's going to be very good players who are going to miss out, sadly. That's the nature of what's been built by Chris Mays, by Luke Humphrey over the last couple of years. So it's an exciting position to be in. And as I said, tournaments like this is just
that's nicely driven there by Durity through the offside. That should run away for 4. That's a lovely shot. Just waited on that, and that was in the right slot from Purser there.
Yeah.
Holds quite a sort of skiddy ball, doesn't he? That's how I probably refer to it.
Yeah.
Where do you know Will from?
Oh, he came to I've seen him at the training session at Old Trafford that we had in the winter. But this is actually the first time I've seen him bowl outside. So
it's wide.
Yeah.
Well, that's as you were saying earlier. You can see people indoors. He's bowling with good pace, I have to say. I mean, it's one of those wickets where you've just got to keep it on the wickets, haven't you?
Right,
Anything wide,
straight and full.
Yep.
Is the key, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, playing is where you really learn about the individuals. You know what they've got. Those that have got a bit of grit and determination.
Yes.
The competitive nature of a player as well. It all counts to who you want stepping out there playing for your country.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and it's 16, is it? You're going to be looking to take to Barbados.
Yeah.
So no doubt there's the Triple Crown. That's a lovely shot through the offside, and just waited on that. Didn't look too bad a ball actually, but there's only the two fielders there. Couldn't cut that off. Sean Park's the man at the mid-off region. So another 4 to the total. That takes the score on to 20 without loss. So good start by Ireland here. It's really exciting actually, and still England over 40s very much still in its infancy, isn't it? Oh, nearly got that coming back towards the stumps from the helmet and the bat. It's still, since its inaugural start in 2023, things I was saying to Chris,
and it's growing incredibly quickly. Like I said, that the work that Chris and Luke that started the coaching.
Yes.
The work they put in. You look at the pool of players they had to select for South Africa last year for the World Cup.
Yep.
Compared to the pool of players to select from now, it's grown.
It's growing, isn't it? Yeah,
so
and that's going to raise the standards, the
availability,
the whole, and I think there was a regional side, wasn't there? There's regional sides.
Various regional sides being set up. Yeah, just to help sort of bridge that gap between giving everybody the opportunity to impress and to make it into the performance squad. So look, it's exciting, and everybody deserves an opportunity, and so
good.
It's positive, very positive for the future of
it's good
and 40s cricket.
Yeah, and it also bridges that gap. I mean, dare I say, obviously between the elite men, but then the over 50s, which has been very successful.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I think the foundation that you set here with the over 40s. I know a lot of the lads are quite young, aren't they, in the 40s?
Yep.
But you've got obviously Darren Stevens, who's now or nearly eligible for playing over 50s if he wants to. You're going to have those players coming through, and their whole journey on cricket might be just that little bit longer than they might have just sort of curtailed it and then played some social cricket.
Opportunity to keep their bodies going for a little bit longer.
Well, absolutely. Rashid continuing. And that's upish. It's just gone through the point region. Will Persis, a fielder down there, picks up nicely. That's a really good piece of fielding from Will. He gets a nice round of applause from the England lads who, recognise his contribution there. So Ireland's just starting to play a few shots there. Shields certainly is a very strong player. He through the offside, he likes to play his shots, and that's driven. No run there. Gary Park. These two worked well yesterday, David, in tandem. I thought Gary Park and Sean Heather.
Yeah,
both. They seem to field together.
Yeah, they do, and they're both absolutely superb in the field. The energy that they have in the field, as well as their technical ability, is hugely impressive. So,
is that something? There's an appeal there, back leg. Everyone's gone up, but the umpire's unmoved. Head in the air. Durity just looking to whip that over the leg side. That looked close.
I think he might have said pitched outside leg there, would he? Very close.
We'll see that on the replay shortly. We don't have that real-time review, but that looked very close, but just pitched outside leg. Rashid continuing this end. A little bit slower ball there. He's got his hand to it, which was good. Currently 21 without loss, Ireland. I wonder what par score is today, David.
Yeah.
Having seen Wales get 79 all out yesterday, what we might see, is it 220? Do you feel that that's if you were chasing that, you wouldn't want to be chasing more than that? That's a driven. It could be a run out here, and that's a direct hit, and he would have been out. That was a fine piece of fielding from Sean Heather there, and a dive there from Levon Shields. Just showed you the speed of reaction there from Heather as he picked that ball up and through. We were just talking, David and I, about these two working in partnerships. And do you see a lot of the? I don't want to keep you too long because I know you were perambulating. Do you see certain players in certain positions? Like I've noticed Steve Naylor likes to go into slit. Parky's always the sort of captain, is more in the mid-off region, but he's a good catcher. Got 2 good catches yesterday in that region. Is that something the players? That's a beautiful shot off the back foot there. That's going to run away. That's going to be 4 runs. So Levon Shields just starts to cut loose a little bit there. First ball that Rashid's bowled with any width, probably in all his overs in this Triple Crown. So gets a full treatment, and the score's moved on to 26 without loss for Ireland.
Yeah, going back to the field, I mean, look, it's something we pride ourselves on, and we think it's really important to set high standards in the field. So one of our goals is to always outfield the opposition, and we're lucky to have some exceptional fielders out there. Gary Park being he's a superb fielder and a specialist backward point. Sean Heather's sort of athletic ability as well in the covers is a huge benefit to any team, particularly a slightly maturing one. So yeah, look, we're lucky. Looking around out there, there's no weak link in the field, which is
good,
hugely beneficial to us. So, and we see it as something that's very important.
Yes. No, that fitness levels, that's certainly what will set you apart as the players get older, and obviously you'll be bringing in new players. I've just noticed a little change in the field here. We've got Steve Naylor, who's come into that sort of short mid-wicket region, looking for the one off the legs. That's out, and that's a very well caught. I even prejudged the man Parky.
That was dangerous.
I was going to say that will be held. I've never seen Parky drop one, and I wasn't going to put the commentator's curse on that. So he went for one too many drives, just got up-ish. It wasn't there to drive, and what we were talking about earlier, Parky snaffled that. So Purser gets his first wicket. Good to see. That'll boost his confidence, won't it?
Yeah, maybe that was the change in the field that you mentioned, Woody, as well. Just forced him into something a little bit different.
Yep. So he was looking to play a lot on the leg side, just whipping it off his leg. So good thinking from Parky there. And we've got a new incoming batsman. Rory McCann is the. Unfortunately, we haven't got the team sheet from. What number is he? He's number 4. Yeah, Rory from the Ireland team. I've got their names, but they've changed quite a bit since the Uxbridge game. And you've made a couple of changes today. I just wonder if you could just outline a little bit for us on that.
Sims has come in as an off-spinner batter, just to add a little bit of strength and depth to our batting given the challenging surface, and he's a very tidy off-spinner too, so just him with Steve Naylor and Peps to bowl our spin this today will be useful. So we've in effect gone with, obviously the loss of Jake Wilson today is a shame, but he just pulled up a little bit tight after yesterday's game, so he was unable to take the field today. And
he won the Man of the Match award yesterday for his.
Bowled superbly.
Yeah, he did. He
swung the ball early.
Yep. Yeah, left armour. Taken a lot of wickets in grade cricket in Australia, and showed true class actually. 3 wickets.
Yeah.
It's nicely driven on the offside.
yeah, it just showed the value of swinging the ball early, you know, at any level. So yeah, made it difficult for the Welsh batters yesterday.
No, I thought he was class actually, and you seem to have an abundance of good opening bowlers. Johnny Whiteman is another.
Yeah, Johnny's been quality.
Excellent opening bowler, who's not here in the Triple Crown, but I'm sure will feature, won't he, in your plans?
Very good.
Yeah,
very
quality.
good. George Brooksbank as well.
Yes, George.
Excellent
Left armour.
Seamer, yeah. Swings the ball a lot too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, look.
Lots of competition for places.
That's the great thing, you know. And you look at, you know, so those two that we just mentioned not here. Ben Fraser not here.
Yep.
Hambo as well.
Yes.
You know, some
good quality cricketers.
Yeah, absolutely, outstanding cricketers. So yeah, as I said earlier, it's an exciting time for us, and just looking to get things right moving into the Barbados touring squad.
Right, that's going to be the end of the over. So 26 for 1. McCann is currently not out on 0, and Shields is on 6 off 15. So a watchful innings from him. Looks as though we're going to continue with Rashid, who's just passed his jumper to Heather, who's passed it to the umpire. So I do like his change-up ball that he has, that sort of windmill ball. It's sort of,
right.
I just wonder
what
he did.
Well.
Yeah, is it there to try and put the batsman off, or does he offer anything different to what he normally bowls?
I'm not sure it offers a huge amount different, but it certainly puts the batter off.
Yeah, as he comes in, and that's good bounce. He's the one bowler who I've noticed gets a lot of bounce actually, apart from Chris Peplow, who bowled, you know, magnificently yesterday and just used the conditions, didn't he, to his advantage. He gets quite a lot of bounce.
Yeah, he does. Obviously, tall lad, superb bowler.
But Rashid, we both went to the World Cup in 2024, but Rashid looks a different bowler to me.
Yeah, I have to say, it kind of looks effortless.
Yeah.
Just running in, it's like the rhythm's there. He's been bowling really well. Yesterday was the best I've probably seen him bowl, and he's bowling well again today. So
he's certainly better. He's bowling better. That was a little wide, but he's bowling better than he was in the World Cup.
Yeah,
in my view.
Is. Yeah, he is.
I don't think he probably had a great World Cup with the ball in terms of his accuracy.
I think that's probably fair. I think the wickets were difficult for him as well, or the wickets were difficult for the seamers in South Africa.
Right.
You know, they were slightly slower, lower, not so responsive. But yeah, he looks fit, healthy.
Yep.
As I said, rhythm's good.
That's where he puts the commentator's curse. He's just getting, so there's a nice shot there from the right-handed McCann as he put that through the mid-on region. Yeah, that's the commentator's curse.
Always the way.
It's strange how it happens, but it does seem to happen. Anyway, the field stayed the same, despite that. Nice shot there from McCann off his legs. One of the more difficult shots to play, the on-drive. Yeah. Now, I'm told that the Ireland team have an ICC commentator, so I've got some serious competition today. Andrew Leonard, who travels around the world commentating on ICC games. So
I'll keep you on your
the
toes.
Netherlands. Well, he's a professional compared to me, but it'll be great to have him on the comms, and that's well bowled by Rashid, just short of a length.
Yeah, I have
just
to say,
tying up McCann there.
Interesting that a bit of sun on the wicket yesterday and this morning. It seems like the wicket's playing better than it did yesterday.
Yeah.
A little bit more pace and carry.
Yes, I was having a chat with the groundsman. He said that it will improve as the tournament goes on. It was a little bit tacky, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Too pace yesterday, a bit tennis ball in parts, but it should certainly by day 3, which is tomorrow. Yeah. And England are playing Scotland, the host, and that will be a very important game. This is very important, obviously, for both teams. England one victory against Wales and Ireland a loss, so they need to win today, Ireland, to keep them very much in contention for the Triple Crown. And how did you enjoy that? Those anthems yesterday. How brilliant were they?
They were very good.
Caught everyone by surprise.
They did a little bit. I felt sorry for the Welsh. Theirs got cut short, and then Ireland and Scotland had their extended versions.
Yeah, 3 verses. Yeah, brilliant.
But all good fun.
Yeah, no, and that was nice actually, because it set the scene, didn't it? It was a very friendly start to the tournament. Still being played hard out there. Oh, inside edge there. No runs. England have got a few more players straighter. I remember talking to Steve-O about this at Uxbridge when you played Ireland. I said, what if you've got all your players straighter? He said, well, it was about trying to get the batsman to not play certain shots square of the wicket, and or to entice him to play square of the wicket, and therefore getting the outside edge. And so, as a captain, you're thinking all the time, aren't you, about
absolutely,
how you can get the batsman out, looking at their shot selection.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something we spoke about. If the ball's not doing too much laterally, just to try and get fielders in front of the batter's eye line in a catching position.
Yes. I was just looking at McCann there, and just where he almost came 2 paces down the wicket there to Purser. Let's have a look next time to see where he starts from, because this is one of the things I was talking to Duffy about just before the game started, as to where he stands in relation to the popping crease, and how as a batsman, how do you dominate the bowler? What's your thoughts? And he's quite a long way out there, you can see, just trying to meet the ball.
I think it looks like the Irish batters have had a chat and have spoken about trying to get, because the wickets are very quick, just trying to get into the ball a little bit quicker before it's able to deviate.
Yes.
So it seems like they've got a plan.
Yes.
So as a result, our bowlers have just pulled their length back a fraction to try and negate that. So
yes. Well, that's a very good over there from Purser. Just the 1 run off that. He's currently 1 for 20 off 5, and Ireland are 32 for the loss of 1 wicket. McCann's on 4, and Shields is grinding away there. He's 8 off 19. Current run rate is 3.25. So still good containment from the England bowlers. Haven't got the predicted score on this, but we'll keep you updated on that. As I see 2 fine gentlemen walking around the boundary. Mr. Alan Lewis, I don't know.
Are you alright? All good? Good, yeah, good, thank you.
Mr. Paul Ryan.
Very good.
Nice to see the little bit of perambulation required.
He was the one singing loudest yesterday, wasn't he?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Did you have a good evening?
Yeah, it was nice. Pretty relaxed, to be honest.
Good. Good.
Yeah, everybody was here, enjoyed the barbecue here, and then back to the hotel.
Lovely.
Quick drink in the bar, and everybody was in bed.
Yeah, wonderful. Good.
Ready
good day 1, ready
Yeah.
for day 2.
Yeah.
I shall stay for a few drinks tonight.
Yeah.
Couldn't stay last night. I was so tired after the mammoth marathon journey up, and watched my son in a triathlon on Sunday at Leeds, and my goodness, what a long day. I don't know how those triathletes do it. We were up for 15 hours, like 4 in the morning, right through to 10 in the evening. It was something quite special to watch, actually. That's nicely bowled by Rashid. Good length. Just trying to tempt McCann into the shot there.
It's actually taken off a little bit there.
Yes,
well.
yeah.
So how did your son do in his triathlon?
Yeah, he did. He enjoyed it, and look, it was his first one. Do you know the triathlon distances?
Yeah.
He did 13 hours. He's a fit lad. He's only 22. Plays cricket, but unbelievable, that event, and hugely addictive. I can see why a lot of those athletes, and they are the pros. I mean,
amazing. Guys, you're right.
Morning, guys. The pro did it. The winner did it in about 7.5 hours. Sam Laidlaw, unbelievable. He's only 26.
Really?
And he won the world championship. And he he would be pushing probably about 280 watts on the bike, doing 40 kilometres an hour as an average, and most will be around about the 27-28 kilometres an hour. He'll be doing the 3.9 kilometre swim in around about 45 minutes, and he'll be doing the bike in about 4 hours, and most are taking 7 hours. So it's just
amazing,
it's an incredible sport, and he did the marathon in 2 hours 35 minutes.
Really?
Yeah,
On the back of all of that?
On the back of all of that, yes.
Wow.
It just puts in perspective, their athleticism. So anyway, back to the cricket, and I think we'll be seeing some spinners soon. I've got a feeling that England might turn to the spinners a little bit quicker than yesterday. As the sun comes out, it's beautiful. That's nicely bowled by Rashid, just short of a length. On the back foot there, McCann, no run. And the score's still 33 for 1. He's bowled his 6 overs, 0 for 13 so far, Rashid. He's in good rhythm.
Yeah, good discipline.
Yeah.
Very good.
But enjoyable, and lovely to come up here to Stirling. Have you been before?
Never
to
been,
Stirling?
and a beautiful couple of grounds with an amazing backdrop there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very impressed.
The Highlands.
A lovely place.
Gateway to Scotland, I believe.
Is that so? Yeah. Lovely.
He who held Stirling held the key to Scotland.
Is that so?
That's what they say. I tried to say it in the Scottish accent. First to continue. Oh, there's a shout for LBW there. That's certainly not high. Must have been outside the line there. Or impact wasn't in line. Fine piece of bowling there. But I won't keep you if you've got other things to do you want to do. You've now got the bug, haven't you?
That's all lovely. All lovely. Just enjoying a sit-down, Woody, to be honest.
Oh, that's good. So when you're walking around, what are you looking for, looking at, other than taking in this magnificent view?
Yeah, it's a great...
That's a lovely shot, beautiful shot off the leg side. Just whip that through that mid-wicket region. That was the shot of a man who knows his shots, and just took that probably from a roundabout off stump and whipped that through. Just a nice bit of pace on the ball.
Yeah, that was a quality shot.
England still got the field in, keeping pressure, just the one slip, and that's a nice shot. Very, very far down the track, as you saw there, or you probably don't see on the screen because you've only got one view, but quite a long way down, just negating anything moving offline. Chris Hewison is the fielder at the short extra, just looking for the ball that might pop up. You just see him in your screen. Tall man, didn't have a great innings yesterday, but he'll be looking to change that. Shout for LBW, looks as though that was going down the leg side. And umpire not out is a strong call from him. Purser's in his 6 over, 1 for 24 so far. So very decent actually. Oh, kept low for the keeper. Nice take by Canning.
It's gone along the ground.
Yeah, I've been very impressed though with Canning.
Yeah, he's been brilliant.
Hasn't he?
He's been really good. Yeah, very good.
Played at quite a lot of clubs. I think his current club is Ribblesdale.
Is that
Wanderers?
Yeah. Am I right in saying that's in the Burnley area? Near Burnley?
Is that the Lancashire League?
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure, but apologies to Ribblesdale. But he's a quality keeper and also bats well, as he showed all his class when he played Ireland earlier in the season. I think. No, he didn't play actually Ireland. It was Wales he played. Apologies there. It was Tom Morton who played against Ireland.
Yeah, another very good keeper batter.
Yes. Oh
very
yeah.
Good keeper batter.
Very much so.
But no, Ryan's been really good, very switched on. Very aware of the fielding positions, and if someone has got themselves slightly out of place, he'll fix it quickly, which makes life a little bit easier for Parky as captain.
Right, the screen's just being moved, as you'll probably see on the screen soon. 38 for 1. Ireland, good start. 12 overs gone. Run rate's still around the 3.17. There's a bit fuller there. Wasn't quite there for Levon Shields, but he's hanging around, which is good for Ireland. They need to certainly build some partnerships here.
They're starting to set quite a good foundation. I think it's one of those wickets it's really important to go into the sort of 15-20 over mark with only sort of 1, maximum 2 wickets down ideally. So you've still got a bit of a foundation to...
Oh, that wasn't far away. Yes, I totally agree.
Good delivery, that.
Yeah. Just swung back in towards the wickets. Canning just took that down the leg side there. See a little adjustment in the camera there for you. He's coming round the wicket. Oh, that wasn't far away at all. And that's a shout, muted again, appeal, but Rashid wasn't interested in that. One of the things you don't get on the streaming that we're showing you, and you obviously don't see, is the pace of which the ball is being bowled.
Yeah, that's right.
I think these guys are bowling sort of mid-70s, would you say, in that sort of early 70s?
Early 70s, yeah, early to mid for sure. Kind of feel for Rash here a little bit. I think he deserves a wicket. He's bowled superbly well.
That's a beautiful drive through the offside by Shields.
Lovely shot.
Yeah, lovely shot. Head down over the ball and pierced the 2 fielders there, Sean Park and Heather. Strong player on the offside. Shields. England resisting quite rightly not to put a fielder out there just at the moment, getting playing shots. There's a gap through the extra cover region. See if he looks to exploit that. That's great fielding by Park. Didn't pick it up cleanly though, so came through for a single. 1 more to the total for Ireland. And a great outfield as well. I mean, I saw the guys cutting it yesterday evening, just in preparation for today, and it seems to be getting shorter and shorter as the weather's staying dry, which is, I wasn't going to say unusual for Scotland, is it? But it's been nice.
I think we're going to go 3-day. Well, no, I won't
I
say
hope
that.
so. Don't say that.
No, I won't. Another curse. No, I won't say it. I'll leave it there.
Nice crowd watching to the left-hand side of us, and that's a lovely shot. Good running there. Unlucky there from Sean Park. It was a little bit deeper there on the 30-yard ring, but McCann just saw that and took advantage. So a good single. 44 for 1 is the score. McCann is on 9 and Shields is on 14. Rashid's bowled his 7 overs. 0 for 19. As you're saying, David, he deserves a wicket for his bowling.
Yeah, I would imagine there might not be many overs left there. Looks like we've got a change of bowling here. Chris Petplay potentially coming on.
Left arm orthodox, and viewers and listeners who were tuning in yesterday will have seen him bowl, ex-Middlesex bowler. Played a lot of cricket for Berkshire in the minor counties. Did you ever play against him, David?
Played against him when he was at Ealing, actually, in a semi-final of the National Cup, I think it was.
Yep.
When we travelled up there to play from Bishop Stortford. Yeah, very fine cricketer.
Yeah,
lovely guy too.
Yes, and dare I say it, a very good commentator as well. A fine commentator.
Don't tell him that, would he?
No, he is, and I had the pleasure of him sitting down with me at St Fagans. Was it St Fagans? St Fagans.
Yeah.
And my goodness, I mean, he speaks so eloquently. He knows the game inside out as well through his playing days, and being a master of I think sport.
Yeah, he's
John Lyons Sport.
Yeah, that's right. Director of cricket.
Yeah. So he just works so well with everyone as he comes in. round and that little grunt there as he
that
just
like
delivers that first ball. Yeah,
a few cobwebs to be released before he is fully into his spell.
Spin. Oh, that's just gone over the hand of Sean Heather there. Just a single. I had a look on the Wikipedia page for Chris Peplow, and it's pretty long.
Yeah.
But such is the quality of the man, when I asked for some bios, this was going back for the first game we played, he very kindly gave me a nice ordered list of where he played, who he played for, and I'm going to take some time today to read it out, because it does justice to what Chris has achieved in his cricketing journey, and to see him playing now for England over 40s is exactly the sort of quality of people that you're looking to bring, aren't you, as well as being a good cricketer.
Absolutely correct, yeah.
That's to the left-handed Shields, who's coming over the wickets, which isn't easy to do sometimes, to change that up. I don't know if the sight screen's been moved. I didn't see that being moved for him, but that's well bowled. Straight on a line and length there. Don't know if he's playing club cricket at the moment, is he?
I'm sure he is, actually, no, because of his commitments at school and stuff. I think it's hard for him to find the time.
Yes.
So I'm not sure he is right now.
That must be his agent calling. He's about to let me know, the agent, that he is playing club cricket. Also a left-handed batsman, Chris is as well, although I've not seen him bat yet. Who is the non-designated batter today, David, do you know? And that's driven. Oh, smartly taken at the mid-wicket region by Gary Park, diving as he loves to do.
Yeah, I believe it might be Rash.
Right.
But I haven't actually checked that Parky, to be honest, so don't hold me to that, would he?
Give you a little flavour of who Chris Peplow has played for. Middlesex County Cricket Club, Surrey County Cricket Club, second 11, Derbyshire County Cricket Club, second 11, Unicorns, MCC YCs, that's the young cricketers, MCC A Tours, Ealing, Datchet and Wokingham. So it's pretty impressive.
Good list that, yeah.
Yeah, he's also played in Australia for Northern Districts in the Sydney area, which famous club for Brad Haddon, who used to play his cricket there, and a few of the ex-Australia internationals, and played minor counties cricket for Berkshire. Has won all minor counties competitions with Berkshire, 13 in total, which is impressive, isn't it? The MCCA trophy in 2011, 17, 19, 21 and the T20 trophy in 2018. Won 2 national T20 Cups with Ealing, including the Middlesex Premier League. So, right, we've got a change of bowling, and that's going to be Gareth Young is the new bowler. Right arm medium.
Alright, guys.
Good start, right on a good length.
Yeah.
So a lovely bio that, and I've only read one page.
How many pages are there?
I think there are 3 pages, but I did a little bit of research myself, so I won't bore you with all that. But there he is, a young Chris Peplow in his early days.
Less silver in his hair. No, he's been a great addition. Great addition. Lovely young man, as well as a quality cricketer.
Nice run through, good quick run through. Yeah, the one interesting fact, I always like for an interesting fact, was he managed to get a contract at Middlesex on the back of Tuffers going into the jungle and winning on celebrity.
Is that so? I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's a positive there, isn't there? So Tuffers. I do like Tuffers on TMS and some of the. I don't know if you listen, David, a lot to TMS, or whether you prefer to watch the Sky Sports.
I do from time to time. For sure.
Yeah, a bit of both.
Very entertaining, he is. Tuffers, very entertaining.
He is.
Can't help but have a smile on your face as
No,
he's talking.
No, he just lightens the whole day, makes it very enjoyable. Steve Naylor's just warming up there for the captain to look at there. I noticed a little bowl of a ball. He bowled well yesterday. I thought
he bowled very well.
He was straight on length, got 3 good wickets. Bowl's a very nagging ball. And that's no run there.
All good? I am, yeah. I am.
Yeah.
I'm making it to the drinks break at the end of this over.
We're looking for your dulcet tones, Mr. Lewis, later. Okay, that would be fantastic, yeah. Well, on your next lap, come round. Fantastic. That's Alan Lewis, who's the manager, I think, with Greg Mullins, isn't he? Of the oh, it's nicely pulled round the corner. Just the 1 run. James Duffy is the fielder in the wide-brimmed hat there, just out of your shot. Ireland International Rugby referee, Alan Lewis.
Yes, I heard that, yeah.
And the 2007 World Cup,
really?
I think he refereed the quarter-final match and played for Ireland 122 times.
Wow. Amazing.
I'm going to get that fact or stat rechecked. I'm not...
He can confirm
my memory's
it.
A little, he can confirm it.
Yeah.
And yeah, my memory's not as good as it was 20 years ago. So.
Woody, I might have to excuse
myself
here at the drinks break, just have a quick chat with him.
Lovely to have you on comms for a bit, and thank you for your time, David.
Pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Right, we've got a drinks break here. So, end of the first power play, that's at 15 overs. And we're going to have a short break, and we'll come back to you. Welcome back, and we have a very special guest here, Alan Lewis.
Not special, really, Anthony. Please.
You are in my eyes.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for that introduction, Anthony. In the beautiful surrounds of Stirling, I have to say, the backdrop we have here for both games is stunning, which I'm sure our viewers will see. On the top ground today, of course, we had trouble yesterday against the Scots, who probably largely outplayed us. With a bit of indifferent batting, but we're showing a bit more resilience today.
You are.
On a slow pitch.
We were talking about that a little bit earlier, whether there's a game plan that you have from yesterday's game, but also, I mean, obviously the keeper's standing up now, but I noticed all the batsmen to the quicker bowling were standing out of their ground in terms of outside the popping crease by about a foot, and they were looking to obviously meet the ball. Well, it was deviating or getting too low.
That's a shot there that we just didn't play enough of yesterday. Sweep shot on a pitch like this, then Scotland had a left arm spinner who didn't really turn it, bowled it from wide in the crease, and in fact bowled most of the afternoon without a deep square leg, and I just thought, how could that be more inviting?
Yes.
And again, most of our players were caught chipping the ball or trying to work the ball away in the leg side, caught extra cover.
Yep.
Oh shit!
That's got him right in the head as it bounced up.
God,
that
excuse
took
my
him
language.
right on the head, and that's going to mean the play is probably interrupted. Although Sean, he's such a warrior, but he's going to have to go off here just to be checked out. But that ball just leaped up off the pitch, didn't it? Caught him flush on the crown of the head. I think that's the end of Peplow's over, but no, he's staying on. My goodness. Well, and he's got a laugh. He's actually smiling and just looking around as though nothing's happened. I mean, that was incredible.
I always find it interesting, these concussion tests, when, like, you kind of know if you're a bit groggy.
Yes.
You know, in terms of your own personal welfare, and like, obviously it's with helmets and his on the helmet, and I think it's probably in the aftermath of Phil Hughes.
Yes,
that incident that happened, which was, you know, just so
shocking,
freak,
isn't it, for the world?
so freak. That there's a particular part of your body that you can be hit in just on the back of your neck, and it can have such catastrophic consequences.
Yes. Gareth Young to continue on his medium pace, and there's a shout for LBW. Turned down.
There's been a lot of shouts for LBW, Anthony. They're very enthusiastic, this English team.
Well, I don't think the ball's getting up very much, but we'll have a look at that on the replay and see where that pitch, from where we're positioned, unlike in the sky and other commentary positions, you can see where it's pitching, but we've got a slight lag on the coverage, and that's again, look where he is in terms of where he played that. He's quite a long way down the track, isn't he? So he's getting the ball on the rise, which is great, so he's able to play shots rather than the ball coming down, and he's playing more defensively. So Ryan Canning here is just looking to ask something to the umpire. That's his cap, I think. So he's standing up now, and that's what I was just talking about, just to negate the batsman coming down. That's a good move from Canning. Very canny, as they say in Scotland. Oh, the ball's gone up, and it's safe. Just popped over the bowler's head. Chris Peplow, the fielder, just came round, underarmed it.
Well, that is another example of a lot of the downfall of Irish batsmen yesterday. Again, looking to work the ball away on the leg side. The ball's kind of sticking in the pitch a bit. And it's actually hard because, again, we talked about coming into this game, look, and as it happens, England stuck us in, but we were anxious to get a score on the board.
Right.
And we ask ourselves, you know, in the context of the match, and then looking at England's match yesterday, like, they took 23 overs to get 80. So it tells you.
That's a beautiful drive, and well stopped by Will Purser there at the short extra.
And again, that's obviously something England have picked up on, that short extra position, because it is something on these pitches, both this pitch and down below, that is a very effective position in terms of potential wicket-taking balls.
Young coming in past the... Oh, that's got up, and that's a very fine piece of batsmanship from Levon Shield there, as he stopped the helmet hitting the stumps, but also went through the shot, a pull shot, almost into a hook for 4 runs.
I don't think I've seen that
No,
before.
that was
Anthony.
incredible. That was a great piece of skill. They kicked the helmet away and also scored a 4. 4 more to the total, and importantly, into the 50s now.
Footwork of a different kind, Anthony, to...
It's up 55, I think that is. I do struggle with that scoreboard over there. It's a small scoreboard, would you say, from about 80 yards away.
not easy to see.
And an angle as well.
We'll have to talk to
54 to Pistol
Mr.
Pete.
Mays. Pistol Pete will keep us informed.
Yes, we'll just see the replay there. A very interesting piece of batsmanship there and skill. Yeah, there we are. Stops the helmet, hitting the stumps, goes through the shot, 4 runs. Another concussion test.
Absolutely. I was very interested, actually, and again for our viewers with a rugby slant, but I was looking around the photographs in the pavilion yesterday, and for Stirling under 13s in 2003, one Finn Russell at the back of the photograph.
Wow.
So you must have a look at that. Yeah,
Yes.
Finn Russell, and of course I would have played against his uncle,
Yes.
Bruce Russell.
Okay.
Played a number of times when we were adversaries in first class cricket, Ireland and Scotland, with the advent of what was then the Triple Crown Championship,
Well left.
which was England amateur,
Yes,
as was
yes,
then. And
yes.
again, there would have been a number of older first class players, but a number of minor county players, really good minor county players, and it was a wonderful tournament. And you know, the advent as this particular one has settled down
Yes.
is a tremendous concept for everyone.
Oh,
really.
very much so, yes. Yeah. It's going to be Peplow to continue. That's 54 for 1 is the current score.
Well,
Run
you
rate's
watched.
still around 3.
You
but,
watched here yesterday, Anthony. What do you think could be a winning score to the side batting first? What would you say?
I would think that you want to be over 200 today. Yep, that's it. 53 for 4 on the other pitch. Sorry, Pete Searson has just let me know that 53 for 4 Scotland are on the other game playing against Wales. I think 220 would be a good score. I think anything around the 200.
The 200 mark was something that I had in my mind. Again, more in terms of the pitch and whatnot.
Yeah, we're 54 for 1 off 17, aren't we, at the moment? So, if you, I guess, you've got to be looking after 25. Got to be around about the 100 mark, haven't you?
Yeah.
I would have thought the field's starting to spread a little bit more. There's lots of singles on offer. So double that.
Well, I always
200.
think at the halfway stage, and generally in 50 over cricket,
Yes.
at the end of the 30th over, whatever score you are, you're looking to double.
Yep.
Is what, if you've wickets in hand. I think that's the crucial.
Agreed.
From Ireland's point of view, that will be the crucial thing. And the mistake of yesterday, although Scotland had a very, very impressive opening bowler, who probably was the quickest that I've seen at over 40 cricket, and sadly he dismissed 2 of our best batsmen in Rory McCann, who's at the wicket now, and obviously John Anderson, both former international players.
I think he used to play for the opening bowler. Used to play for
South
South
Africa.
Africa in the over 40s.
Let's talk to Mr. Mays about IMC rules. Although we're not playing. I think he's getting married on Saturday.
In the over, wonderful. Played in the over 40s World Cup for South Africa, and was definitely the quickest bowler, as you said, in the World Cup. One more to the total. That's, as I said, the gap's just opening up a little bit. Lots of opportunities to play through the line. I think when you're trying to play across the line, then there. It's just, that's again another easy single there. Nicely played by Shields, who's got to play a gritty innings here today, hasn't he?
Well, this is something.
He mixes up his game. I know he's a very strong player, isn't he?
I'm referred loosely as the coach of this team, but that was one of the aspects that just didn't happen yesterday. 4 singles out of 6 deliveries. You keep doing that, it's amazing how quickly a score can accumulate without risk, as you say, when the field is spread. And again, England get into a little bit of a lull, and things are moving by quietly and calmly. And from an Irish perspective, that's exactly what they will want.
And I know that looking at my notes from the last game where we met, which was a great privilege for me to meet you, Alan, you very kindly gave me the clubs, and he plays for Phoenix, doesn't he? Levon
Shields plays for Phoenix, yes.
I don't know where McCann
Rory's in very much kind of retirement. He's a school teacher in Dorset.
That's nicely played off the back foot there. 3 England players converge there.
And he had I was only speaking with his wife Adele yesterday. He had a bit of a merry-go-round post-cricket and got an opportunity to come up here and became the sports master in one of the big colleges. I think it was Fettes College was the college that was talked about, and then obviously other opportunities arose, and he's down in Dorset now in a private school down there. But
is that Blandford?
I'm not sure what the name of the I'm not sure what the name of the school
some lovely
is.
Schools down there, yeah.
But again, a heavy involvement with both cricket and rugby, and a very, very good sportsman. In fact, was very unlucky, I would say, Anthony, that he, the way you can get era players, and at the time there was Niall O'Brien, obviously keeping wicket for Ireland, and Gary Wilson, and he was just, from his own point of view, sadly behind them, but he's a very accomplished cricketer and a very good intelligence for the game, which we all know that there's obviously stroke makers and stroke players, but so much of cricket is tactical and how you go about constructing an innings.
Correct.
There's always a lovely flow to what he does, and I think we saw that in the last over 2 lovely. Ryan Watson the same for Scotland, 150 caps, over 150 caps did Ryan for Scotland. You could see all the measure of it yesterday, just the way he pushed gaps, did different things, nothing flamboyant, always hit the bad ball to a gap, and that's often mistaken. People don't really appreciate the value of that, but and I used to see in many cases scorecards, someone got 50 and there was 30 dot balls, but there was 10 fours.
Yes.
2 2s, 3 1s, and he's got 50 off 50 balls. And you look at the constructive in innings.
Yes.
And that's what you see.
Yes, he got 61 yesterday, didn't he?
Very easily, I have to say.
Okay.
Until he chipped one to point.
Oh, and he's bowled him. So that looked as though it kept low for McCann. They looked to be very unlucky there. And so the zinger bails came off there, and you could see that the stumps lit up. So Young gets a wicket, and he's good pace, but that looked as though he was done a little bit by the pitch there.
No doubt about that. That seemed to keep very, very low, having
went back
discussion with Levon. Well, he was just caught in that no man's land.
Yeah.
But it didn't really get up at all. It would have hit the lower base of the stump, really. Obviously.
I think that was the key, though. He went back, whereas he went back, but whereas everything he played before
kept very low.
Kept low, didn't it? Yeah, very low.
I think it was a ball to go back to, but just sometimes you get fooled by that. That's very unlucky, really. Just when Ireland were beginning to establish themselves, to build a foundation for what could be a good score.
Yeah, for sure. England needed that wicket. Young's currently 1 for 8, but that kept low for the McCann there. So hopefully we didn't put the commentator's curse on him, talking about him, but he showed a lot of quality there. New batsman coming in is your captain,
John Anderson.
John Anderson. Yeah. Now we've got a few notes from my previous cap. 26 times for Ireland. Also bowls right arm off spin. Didn't get a lot in the game this season, did he?
No.
When earlier on in the season, sorry, but
well,
he got bowled and let one go by, didn't he?
He had a
And
green light moment. He had a green light moment.
And he's come a long way down and played that. That's very interesting, actually. Just he's going for the second. That's a very well taken run as the throw came into the non-striker's end. Very well done by Anderson there. Judged that to perfection. So 2 more to the score, and that takes the score on to 61 for 2. Good base starting to form for Ireland here. Anderson's on 2. Shields is on 23 of 46, and the run rate's still around that 3. So, judging by that, that's probably not going to be, it's not going to stay at 3. But would suggest sort of 150 is more the score. But I suspect 200 to 220 would be a very good score. Some scoreboard pressure. I wonder how Mr. Heather is at the moment, the man who took the ball on the head.
He seemed very sprightly, as he maybe woke him up.
Well,
Anthony?
Yes. I'm hoping that he's okay and there's no delayed effect. But we'll come on to John Anderson as Peplow continues. Easy single there. Nicely taken by Shields. Made his first class debut for KwaZulu Natal in 2002 apparently, and played for Merion Cricket Club.
That is correct.
Which is his current club.
Well, he comes from a rich sporting pedigree. His mother was a wonderful tennis player. His sister played at Wimbledon, John Anderson's sister. So there's a rich sporting pedigree, but John would have been one of, probably in the last 15 years, the most prolific run scorers in domestic Leinster senior cricket, and that would have been one of his trademarks. Just what you've seen there, beautiful sweeper of the ball, and I think one of the things Ireland spoke about before the game was to be that little bit more daring.
Yeah. We don't see a lot of reverse sweeps or rants, do we, in 40s cricket? Maybe the pace of the ball, it's certainly there on the pace of the medium. The sweep shot is a favourite. I'm not sure. I just worry about the sweep shot on a pitch where there may be, as we saw with McCann, the indifferent bounce. Are you taking a chance there? I like that sort of shot where you can just punch it down the ground, keep the singles, push the fielders out.
Well, much depends, you see, on your field and what you think risk is. Realistically, with sweeping, if you get bat on it, you've got 45, you've got straight mid-wicket.
Yeah.
In terms of degrees of danger, it's not that dangerous.
Sure.
And it's interesting now, they don't probably know John Anderson very well, but he will find that field inviting. No square legs, slip.
Yes.
Oh, he's bringing it across.
Captaincy from Peplow, just adjusting his field from what Alan was saying there. James Duffy's just come into that sort of 45. That's Sean Heather, who's coming quickly. But yeah, if you like the sweep, that was certainly there for that. So, okay, scores moved on now to 64 for 2.
I think in any, and let's talk about batting as a skill. You have a range of shots that generally will do you the power of good. Being able to drive well, being able to get into positions that you can play high quality shots without danger and risk. And I would put sweep in that category as well, because a lot of people lie back, they have head back as opposed to the head going to the ball.
To the ball, yes.
And that is the secret. Literally watch it onto the face of the bat.
Yeah.
When you see, the high quality, like Joe Root as an example, is a joy to watch sweeping. Owen Morgan was another one. Ben Duckett, brilliant. Ben Duckett sweeps for fun.
Yeah, and reverse
sweeps for fun.
Yeah.
I think there's a stat about Duckett that I think he leaves the ball maybe less than 5% of an innings he plays. Oh, jeez.
That's a bit shorter. Yvonne Shields didn't see that one.
Well, that just rose from back of the length, really.
They catch him on the arm.
Yeah. He's fought well, Yvonne Shields.
He has. Has he got many runs this season in Ireland?
A smithering.
Right.
A smithering. He is again areas through extra cover. He's very strong. England haven't really bowled that much to him there, but that would be a particular area that he's strong.
Nicely forward there, no run. And just coming back to John Anderson, who's still very young. He's only 42.
Correct.
Made his debut in 2013 against Netherlands, and he scored his maiden first-class century there. So wonderful. How good is that?
Well,
you've scored a few hundreds in your time. How good is it to score your international 100, your maiden 100?
Well,
what's the feeling like?
I'll give you a very good story, because I got mine against Wales in Ireland when we played it as a first-class game, and Davies, the Glamorgan spell, I was on 98 at the time, and the wicketkeeper, I was in the shower afterwards. Isn't it lovely, he says, when you tuck the ball round the corner on 98 and you know there's two.
No pressure there. Just played to the onside. No run there. Naylor, the fielder. Yes.
I think in terms of milestones, and then there's always moments or innings that you remember, and you kind of feel, can you replicate? But I'm sure, like I can only speak for myself, but there's games where you've just been what we call in a zone, and I probably what I felt was probably my best innings for Ireland was against Zimbabwe over on a tour. We had a tour in Zimbabwe Sports Club, and those 90s, I was on 96 and I blemmed one to end. Grant Flower took an amazing diving catch away to Flower. I was never so disappointed in the context of not achieving it, if you understand what I mean, because it was chanceless. It was you just know yourself, it's just one of those things. But like, I think everything no different to the test match. Like I had
that's nicely driven off the back foot, but no, it's gone through the hands of Heather for a single, so let off there for Shields when he moves on.
When you have two players who fought their backsides off for their team, and I'd be kind of saying, Ben Stokes, I don't care who you bowl, you can decide who you bowl you want, but like, why would I want you to shake your hands now? You've been out in the field for 2 days. You could have, I was in Sunil Gavaskar, you could have declared him 555 if you wanted to, but you chose not to. So, from that point of view, and obviously when they both got their hundreds, they walked.
Oh, you were talking about the recent test match where they got their hundreds. Sundar was in Washington and
Washington Sundar, what an amazing rear guard action.
Oh yeah, no, they did play the game well there actually, to get India back into the game, didn't they? And Jadeja. Well, I remember. It seems a feisty encounter there. I know we sort of switched to the India-England test, which is great, but it just seems. I don't know whether is that pressure on like the altercation between Gambhir and the groundsman, and just saying you're just a groundsman. Well, hang on. He's the groundsman. It's his ground. You're a guest. I know there's a lot more to it. But
well, there was an air of arrogance around that, of course.
It just seemed a little unsavoury to me, and to be that direct, and those comments just felt a little bit.
OTT is what you're going to say, Andy, without
OTT.
getting too het up about it.
Yeah.
But I think the stuff in the match, like I kind of. Siraj kind of gave, I forget who the player was, but gave him a wee bit of a send-off. But just sometimes in the heat of battle, we as a crowd enjoy that. There was nothing really sinister in it, and because remember the one on Rabada, I don't know who Rabada did it, was just this big and big aggressive fast bowling. It was a moment that
got a ban for that.
He did, and it was just a once-off. I just thought, look, I accept that. In the circumstances, I think a degree of common sense always comes into these things. Like if someone's pushed or shoved, and I actually quite like the one where Crawley didn't, he was wasting time.
Yes, right. That sort of started a lot of it.
Subman Gill, would you like me to rub your hand?
Yeah, that's right. That's very good. Very good, actually. There's a nice shot. Again, that's the shot you were saying. England haven't got the field set for that shot, so Anyway, it's great to talk on all things cricket. And 68 for 2 is the score. Overs are going quickly without too many boundaries, though. So we're on to that's 20. Is that 22 overs gone now? Yeah, just looking at the scoreboard, 69 for 2. Just wondering how we're getting on the other pitch. Looking at Pete Searson here, who's the Ireland scorer. 71 for 5 or 20. So a bit of a comeback there from Ireland. That's good to see. They got their dander up, and yeah, Scotland are batting, but after their performance yesterday, Wales, they'll be pleased with that. That's a nice shot. Just dab that down, Anderson. Always helps when you've got a right-hander and a left-hander.
Very much.
Rookie commentators like myself,
very much.
You don't know a huge amount about the players. Now, let's talk about Ireland cricket, because there's the World Cup coming up for the over 40s in the West Indies next year. Will Ireland be there?
I can't honestly say. I'm not sure. Because we have such a small pool of players, that really becomes the difficulty. I'm not honestly sure, Anthony, in terms of what I've got to say about that. There was certainly talk last evening, and we'll just have to see how that works itself out. But and it's quite interesting. I was talking to the Welsh. They have quite a volume of over 40s cricket. We tend not to, because we just sometimes find it difficult to get your better players to commit.
The availability, it's not the travel, it's just the availability. Yeah.
And 40s is commonly, there's children, there's all those sorts of factors, younger children that come in the way and in the line of things, and I think Chris was talking to me earlier, England might have a pool of 90 players that they can, which is a lovely luxury to have.
But equally a problem in that the smaller the pool, dare I say it, the somewhat easier it can be to get players to gel as a unit, but also you know the skill set quite well of who fields where, who bowls, who's batsman. It's something I think the England over 50s have done very well over the last 8-10 years with Peter Ryder, is that they've kept the playing team down to a manageable number. No. He's been given out LBW. I'm sure that's LBW. There's an appeal there, but I'm not sure. Well,
I'm wondering, did Levon Shields feel he hit it? But
was it held by Canning?
No, it wasn't held.
LBW. I'm just getting a.
We'll just have to have a look at a replay, Anthony.
Yeah, we'll have a look. That's coming up shortly, but that was all happened very quickly. 70 for 2 is the score. Anderson's still there, not out, 6. Probably rests on his shoulders for the next few overs, and Shields is 28. You can't really tell too much from that, but there was we've got one more ball to come on the screen. Sorry, there's a slight lag on the screen. I'm just watching that. There's the new batsman coming in. Is another number 77. These these numbers. Vikas Diman. Yep.
Well, if he's hit on the back leg there, which possibly appears he is, that could have been out, but whether he felt he got a hit...
that looks as though that was plumb, if it was the back leg. But the arms went up, didn't they? I don't know whether that was a feeling about the ball or that he might have hit it. But anyway, he's out. He's been given out. So Vikas Diman is the new batsman.
Vikas Diman would be a club mate of John Anderson. They both play for the Merrion Club in Dublin.
Excellent. Have you had a good season of cricket in Ireland? Has it been?
Well, there's been very little rain.
Yes.
On Saturday, so that is always testament whether you do or you don't.
Sure.
In terms of games completed, there's a hell of a number of competitions. So if you're a successful team, you can have 7 or 8 double weekends, which doesn't please a lot of the players. They like to play one game a weekend if they can, but and I don't necessarily know what the structure is, and probably you have so many different regions of playing club cricket in England that they may differ. I don't know. Maybe you can let me know what that is.
Well, I think it's certainly been a great summer for players. It's been a hard summer for groundsmen and women. It's been enjoyable to play, actually getting games on and just getting, there's nothing worse than when you draw the blinds or the curtains and it's raining, isn't it, on Saturday? But it's been lovely all week.
Well, that's the other pressure on clubs and grounds has been the growth of the women's game in Ireland.
Yes.
It's been
come on to that, because I was going to ask you about your daughter and Ireland, but we've got a change of bowling. Gary Park is the new bowler who's coming on. Previously played for Derbyshire County Cricket Club in his youth. A very fine batsman, right-handed batsman, and used skiddy right-arm medium paces. Generally, that's a super take there from Canning.
From a very low trajectory.
Yes. It's not the tallest man, but certainly whips it through. And did you see the way that ball took off there?
Yes, I
Canning
did.
took that at almost shoulder length. And
well, you may be wondering why I think 200 could be a good score.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's... what are we now? 70... 74-3. That's an easy single there for Anderson. I did like watching young Porterfield when he was batting at High Wycombe. He's not with the squad today.
No, not
what
today.
Was the feedback from
well, he loved
Will
it.
in terms of the enjoyment for over 40s cricket?
Will was so enthusiastic about playing. He couldn't wait to get back into the changing room, which is, of course, one of the reasons we all play. You're playing with your friends, you're playing with your teammates. And one of the features probably of Irish cricket is we all know each other from a young age. It's a small cricketing community. And
does he enjoy playing
just
again at this level with his friends and former colleagues?
In many cases, they could have played youth cricket
all
the way up.
Absolutely.
Most of the guys are in their early 40s, and then they lean on the rules in terms of players playing for Ireland and his route.
Now that's nicely struck. Looks as though it's going to beat the fielder. That's Chris Peplow in that sort of third man region, so 4 to the total.
Well, to be fair to Peps, probably Sealing could turn quicker than Peps at this stage of his career. D-Man played that off the back foot, and that went very quickly to the boundary. No disrespect to Sealing. He'll enjoy that if he ever... bloody hell, Peps. He's a great character.
Oh, he is a character.
He loved that. That was his... I think it was partly one of his first entrees into 40s cricket when we played at Wycombe.
Oh yes, yes.
And again, the other piece was that we all hung around afterwards. It was lovely to share stories and do all the things that we do, and that's something that we've got to keep pushing. And it's one of the advantages of having the 2 grounds like last evening. The way we
nice
good
piece
fielding
there from Naylor, and a great throw in, all done very quickly. Dived to his left and turned and threw at the same time. That's a fine piece of fielding. That's setting the standard for England at the end of the over. 76 for 3. So certainly overs moving on now. I think we're into, what's that, 21 remaining. 24 gone. So yeah, I think 200 is certainly achievable. They don't lose any more wickets.
It's an ask, though, Anthony.
3.17 is
the only thing, as
rate.
I say, Ireland were heartened about this morning when they were in the team huddle was that it took England 23 overs to get 80 yesterday. So, the feeling in the camp was, anything over 180, 190 was something that potentially could be defendable. But the proof of the pudding is in the eating.
Young continuing his very good spell. And it's a big shout for LBW. Looks as though that from the batsman's gesture that hit the bat.
Most batsmen do that, though, Anthony.
Well,
you know as well as I do.
I have to confess, I did do that myself, actually, in my last game. And I was playing just a club match, and we had an Australian bowler, and he was bowling against me, and I had to show the bat. You know, it was a very close one for the umpire.
Was it a positive show or a gingerly show?
It was a positive show, actually. It was a positive show. And that's nice. So he looks like he likes to play his shots. D-man?
Yes.
I was going to say he is D-man, but that would be too obvious a comment. He's going to get...
D-man would be much more West Indian. D-man.
Yes, that's probably right.
D-man, D-man.
No, he looks a fine batsman. I like to see that positivity in playing shots. And I think it was yesterday, Young comes in. Just, you know, as a batsman yourself, what's the mentality of a batsman who is looking to take control of the crease? Do they stare down the bowler? Do they stand upright at all? You know, you've each got your own ways of addressing your presence at the crease, but...
Well, I think, you know, there's things you can do in cricket, and people kind of talk about positivity, but you can defend positively. And I think that's the other side of things, is that, you know, when you begin, like, you know, could that ball there have been pushed into that gap that's in front of backward square, as an example? There's a good 25, 30 metre gap into that space. Yes. If you can do it. Now, it's not something that you consciously, but if it's in your consciousness that I need to play for that gap, often it will happen.
Yes.
And they are the sorts of things that just keep the scoreboard ticking.
Yes, because England haven't got any fielders on the now. That's good bowling from Young, very disciplined. England haven't got any fielders in on the leg side, around the square leg, close in. So there's an easy single, if not two.
Well, probably the harder bit about playing on this pitch is, you know, if you bowl wicket to wicket, it's actually quite hard to score.
Sure.
Particularly with the keeper up to the stumps. You know, you're going to have to take an element of risk with your batting.
Well, Gareth Young's done that very well, and that's another fine example of both keeping and bowling there. So he's bowled 2 for 12 off 6. He's been a model of consistency for England.
As he was yesterday,
I think. Yes. I don't think I was looking at my stats and my handwritten notes for yesterday's bowling performance from the England team, and he was 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 5.
There you go.
So again, but all the bowlers, and pretty much only the last 3 bowlers were in double digits, but the first 3 bowlers bowled medium pace, no more than 9 runs, which was Rashid, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 9.
Yes.
And Jake Wilson, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 8. Gary Park. So England still going with the medium paces. That's and 1 more to the total for Anderson. Looks very much in control there. And just going back to young Will Porterfield. I call him young, but he's 20 years younger than me, or nearly. Just look class, you know. Just looking at John Anderson there, he's got time, hasn't he?
Well, it's the one great virtue. It's the one great virtue of all cricket. You know, that ability to pick up length early. You know, the quality of your stroke play, how easy you look at the crease. You know, I'm always a great believer. You know, sometimes when you...
He's just bowling little cutters here, I think. Gary Park. He's just gone for a single.
Sometimes when you look at the scoreboard and you see Anthony Wood is 20, where did he get those? You know, that moment you have when you're watching cricket, you kind of go, it's just gone idly by.
Again, that's gone through the same region. No slip in for England now. He's certainly taken some pace off the ball here, Gary Park. I wonder if England would benefit from having a slip in there. just to negate that shot, trying to get him to play on the onside here. A bit fuller there on the leg side. Just one more. Should be a leg by. It's been signalled by the umpire. So tonight, what's on the menu tonight?
The menu, I understand, is a curry tonight. Is the menu, but it was lovely that all teams stayed by. We shared.
That's a little bit slow. The cutter again.
Yeah,
It looks as though he's rolling his fingers over the ball here, isn't he? Just to take some pace off the ball.
well, I think the secret, as we said earlier, is this ability to bowl wicket to wicket, which England have done pretty successfully.
Yeah. Yeah, 80 for 3 is the score at the moment. Anderson's on 9 and Diman is on 6. So the reason why I asked about that, I was very interested in how the over 50s were doing as well in Ireland, and I appreciate I've not heard a lot on the socials about the Ireland over 50s cricket and whether they're likely to, keep going or.
I think it's lost a wee bit of its appeal.
Okay.
More probably as a watchable product. I played against England and Australia last year, and I kind of thought elements of it were, fellas pulling fetlocks and
yes,
an overconsumption of spin.
yes,
No seamers really of any major quality.
Yeah.
And but over 40s is genuinely watchable.
Oh, definitely. The quality is so different. And that's gone off the edge. That'll be 4 runs. So Diman having a good swing at that. And that's paid dividends, so 4 more to the total. I think Ireland need a little bit of that, actually. Just to unsettle the bowlers a bit of England.
What Ireland need now is a little bit of positivity. And, when fortune favours the brave in a lot of these circumstances, and if the bowler doesn't have a slip, well, it's an area that you can, not that you necessarily attack because you have no control over the shot, but when you get 4 for it, it's in the book. No one remembers it tomorrow.
Absolutely, yep. It's as though Young is just doing a bit of stretching. I don't know whether he's picked up an injury while bowling there, but Sean Park,
well, he looks
he's just moved out to long off.
Looks a very strong man.
Strong unit, isn't he? Oh, very well today. And nicely played. Very positive defence from Diman. I'm almost, I am enjoying these two different or contrasting batsmen. You've got Diman, who likes to probably get on with it fairly early on, and Anderson equally watchful, attentive, just playing the sweet, nudging and nurdling. And there we are. That's a nice shot. Just waited on that. Sean Rashid down at third man, single. 1 more to the total. Ireland moving ever closer to the 100 mark. 85 for 3. Diman has overtaken Anderson now. Not by much, only by 1 run, but in comes Young, bustling in. That looked very confident. That's forward stroke, didn't it?
Well, John's an accumulator of runs. That's the way he goes, and tends to try and be there with 5 to go, and then there can be a wee bit of explosion, but there's probably a lot in this Irish setup that rests with John, and he probably feels that, but at the end of the day you've got to be accumulating too.
Yes, very well played there. Very solid end of the over. So score is 85 for 3. Anderson's on 9. Diman is on 11. Let's talk about the British Lions tour. Have you been engrossed like
the Lions? The Lions, the British and Irish Lions.
I should say.
You must understand. There's probably more Irish.
Yes, of course.
However, we'll get over
the
that
Irish
just
British
at this stage.
Lions.
Sorry about that, my friend.
No.
To correct you there.
You're absolutely spot on. Enjoyed that at the weekend?
Well, I actually watched the highlights of the game. I saw a tiny bit of it because the club I'm with at the moment were playing, but it was a good game. There was certainly much more excitement in it and much more tenacity in it, and obviously Australia had that big whinge at the end. And coming from my refereeing background, I thought it was a wonderful clear out by Morgan. You know, in terms of getting low, his two arms were extended. He went shoulder to shoulder from a low position, and obviously the Australian made a meal of it,
yes.
of course. And it was a wonderful try for Keenan to stand up that outside centre from Australia.
Oh, that's a little bit quicker there from Park, but well kept down. Yeah.
So, you know, obviously from the point of view of the series, you know, to have a decider would have kept everyone on the edge of their seats, but that won't worry Andy Farrell in the history of Lions tours. If you're a winning Lions coach, and he's been a wonderful coach for Ireland, fantastic guy.
Oh, that's well bowled by Park. Just slowed that down, just rolled his fingers over the ball, showing a lot of skill here.
It's a bit of a nothing shot, really.
Yes.
You know, what was it going to yield you? You know, and
that's just Paul to the onside. There is a fielder down there. James Duffy is the fielder. Should pick that up, which he does easily. Thrown in. Just one more to the total. Almost swept that. Just punched that over the leg side, didn't he? Kept low.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And obviously, Owen Farrell playing as well, coming back into the fold. I'm not not knowledgeable about rugby, unlike yourself, so it's not my sport in the winter. Mine is football.
Well, I think more the reasoning behind Owen coming. He hadn't played a huge amount of rugby. He'd come back from France, and but the only thing that they wanted was a wee bit of that leadership quality coming in off the bench, and obviously he can cover a number of positions. I felt a bit for Finn Smith, who I thought had a very good tour, and he had an excellent season for Northampton. And I thought in the early not that I watched a huge amount of it, but I'm very impressed with him as a player, as a young player. But he wasn't going to oost Finn Russell, obviously. And then in terms of the balance where, you know, Farrell could play, he can play in any kind of position in those middle three from standoff to outside centre, and that's eventually what happened. But the other part is I kind of think the boys kind of really like him around the squad.
Yes.
And, you know,
that
again, the other side of things is that there may have been a feeling that there was a degree of nepotism with his father as the coach, but no,
I don't think that's the way he rolls.
No, he doesn't roll like that at all. Doesn't roll. And look, I think when Gatlin
player centred in that.
The other part is, you know, when Gatlin coached Wales, when they had that spell where they were very, you know, you had a situation where Jonathan Davis was picked ahead of, quite rightly in my opinion at the time, Brian O'Driscoll. He was in better form, but you know, he had coached Wales. He knows his players better, and you know, in essence, there was probably a bigger smithering of Welsh players under Gatlin's management for obvious reasons.
Right, we've got a change in bowling. So Gareth Young, who had a fine spell, he's been taken off, and Steve Naylor has come on with his slow right arm off spin. Bowled very well yesterday, took 3 wickets. Yeah, no, very, very, very interesting, and I know that you're as a former international rugby referee, you're still very much involved, which is great in the game.
Well, I'm involved in sighting now, which I think, you know, once the game went professional, most of the professional boards have dedicated referee departments.
Right.
So, you know, I would always
just put round the corner there, no run there.
I would always like if I identify someone that I see, if I'm watching a club game, a young referee, or if someone has that, because it's no different to, you know, in many cases I was.
There was a single there.
There was a single there anyway.
Yes, there was.
And this
there was no backing up there from D-Man.
You know, well, it was more Ando's John's call, because you can see that ball on the offside, and I think it's more a.
But don't you like the urgency as well from the fact that the non-striker's got to be positive coming down the track and pushing them? to take that single, and there's always, I think, in most of this fielding position here today, there's a single to a number of areas here, isn't there? They're just pushing in. There's a big gap here between backward square and mid wicket. I know, but there's a single there if they're looking to move across the stumps and just push it into the gap.
Well, the other side of things, what I would say is if they push in the gap at the right angle, there's more of a method for two.
Yeah, there's an easy.
And there could be two.
It could be a two if they ran hard, but.
Well, you see, again, that's something I don't like. Dandering ones is not in my psyche.
No,
I hate
understand.
seeing that.
I'm just going to put a cap on. We're not in the shade here, but it's a beautiful day. I can't get over this sunshine that we have. And you seem to tan very well, Alan. Is that all your external activities in the rugby and cricket?
Well, it's just I'm on a cricket ground 3 times a week, so when the sun is shining, I am told I need to be a wee bit more protective from time. But it was rather cloudy when I took over the commentary. It's beautiful today now.
Score's moved on to 90 for 3. Or 91 actually, apologies, just catching up a little bit on the screen here.
You just kind of feel that Ireland need to target a bowler. And obviously since, like, Naylor is the 5th bowler for England,
yes,
that he is the one that Ireland should be targeting, to maybe get a total up to between 180 and... Like, I don't know how many balls John has faced. John Anderson.
Yes. He's faced 21 so far.
Wow.
Not many in the context of the game.
I thought it was more.
That's a little bit quicker. That's a lovely shot. Just picked up the length and the pace very quickly. Chris Hewson's the fielder there at deep point. Now, I didn't get onto the subject, but your daughter, I read something about your daughter in Cricket Island, just trying to raise the standards of the game. Is that correct? And have I misinterpreted that?
They were at
where Ireland are going in terms of women's cricket.
Well, their women's cricket has improved immeasurably. She's now captain of the team. She's taken over from Laura Delaney. There's a crop of very young players playing now, and they've improved enormously under the tutelage of Ed Joyce. They used to be. And
Ed Joyce.
And even watching scores in the domestic county championship in England, where in T20 cricket, 120, 125 is kind of maybe
that's just a little bit uppish.
Part of the norm.
Yes.
That, in essence, Ed was very anxious. He didn't want to sit there watching them dawdle to 110, that they were going to have to expand their game, and they did that, and they had some tremendous results last year. They beat England twice, admittedly in a truncated 50-over game and a T20 game at the end of the season, chasing 170. So it's kind of a measure of how much they've come on, and then there's great disappointment with the thing that actually ruined their ability to qualify was dropping 18 chances. As she said to me, had we actually held half of them, we would have been qualified. Like, they dropped Chanel Henry from the West End game. They actually only lost by 6 runs 3 times before she was 11. She went on to get 48 or something like that. But the skill level has proved.
So catching was certainly something that they're going to be.
And like, obviously they're all hungry to play more of the franchise cricket. And one of the interesting things actually with being an associate nation, as it happens, and it'll be very interesting to see what England do, because I sense England's women, because they have a lot of players who are getting old together in terms of looking for change, and I think they may, who knows, and I'm only speculating.
Sure.
But there's Catherine Bryce and her sister Sarah in Scotland who could play for England tomorrow if they so chose.
Yes.
And that, who knows whether they feel they want to continue playing for Scotland, but Scotland benefited hugely from them not being regarded as overseas players in playing franchise cricket. So they played a lot of cricket around the world, the 100, the WBBL, the WSL. Catherine played. She's a very good cricketer, but the level of their improvement by playing, because they're good players.
Yes.
The level of measured improvement they got from playing that standard of cricket was fantastic.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're all anxious to potentially try and play it. And I think in terms of because most of the, and again it's understandable, like if you're picking an overseas player, you're going to look to Australia, England or India. Now that's one of the things that I think in terms of broadening, like I remember Ed Joyce telling me, gosh, UAE have a wonderful off spinner. Well, she'll never get the chance to play.
No.
You know, and I think they tried to do it, I forget what the name of, they had this particular tournament that an Australian promoter, there was a Gabby went to Hong Kong on one occasion to play fair grade or fair something challenge that he was trying to lift the profile of the women's game, and it's very watchable now, like
Good,
the level and the
I
standard.
totally agree,
And from an Irish point of view, they went to India for this 3, and I actually think, and this is the other side of things, I actually think, I didn't get the chance to speak to the coach, but in that Ireland series, India introduced 2 or 3 newer players.
Right.
But in that, Ireland scored 250 on two of the occasions they played, which, again, marking the opposition was a very good. Oh no, very good feat.
Step up and a step
very
in the right
good
direction.
Feat, very good feat.
Yeah.
Like when you're playing against them, and the great thing.
Yes.
For me, was there was no relent from the Indians, none.
Good.
So every run they made, they earned. And
really
obviously the other side of things is, you know, and in the world that India live in, like if you get a chance to play, you're busting your gut.
Oh, sure.
To make sure you feature. And they've introduced, you see, even in this series against England, you know, they've introduced 2 or 3 new younger players. Some very good opening bowler that took 5 in the last ODI, and they were good, and their fielding has improved immeasurably, and even tactically. Again, one of the things, they don't spin. You know, Dipti Sharma doesn't spin the ball; she just bowls it slowly. No one really advances in the main.
Yes.
And whenever they look to play square of the wicket, what they've actually done away with is no sweeper out.
Right.
So we'll gamble on having our 4 in a line, and if we have people out, because the natural tendency is in the women's game to go leg side. They're not coming inside out, going over extra cover. And it means you can play long off because you can afford, and you have 3 out in the leg side and maybe 1 at 45 and say, well, off you go.
Yes.
And again, the adage being that because it's so slow, you try and cut the ball square of the wicket. Well, you won't get much of it. And if you stop 4 of them, you've stopped 16. You've saved 12 or 16 for the purposes of what you might save on the leg side. Just very clever tactically.
Very, very good.
And they're all at good angles. There's no
really,
really good, clever management. And their infielding has become so much better in key positions.
Well, that's great to hear. Right, we've had a drinks break. Oh, a little bit of a little sweep shot there. Just like a paddle sweep almost.
No,
that's nice.
That's
to see.
one.
Two runs there for Anderson. That's another trademark shot of his. And he likes a reverse sweep, I know that.
He does. And he plays the fine one. But you see, the other thing, it's probably only going to be like that for 2 because Naylor bowls so slowly.
What was interesting there, I was just looking him scanning around. That's a good run. That's what I mean by the backing up from Diman. He's made the call there, come through for a single. 97, 98 for 3.
Well, and here's another thing, Anthony. With mid-off up, extra cover quite straight. Well, it'll be very interesting to see if this tossed in the air, but that's just far too inviting for me.
Well, that's gone up in the air.
Well, that's going to be 4 too, I think.
Peplow's just coming round.
Oh!
Wonderful piece of fielding there from Chris Peplow.
Goalkeeping skills from Peplow. Big smile on his face from the big man.
He enjoyed that.
Oh, that's top work. Goalkeeping skills. I've got the bow. I've got it all. Don't worry, it's all held on camera, Peps.
He's still revelling in that as Naylor's just looking to move him a bit straighter. That was just floated up there. So he's looking to get Diman around about where we are. Played that off with his legs. There's lots of runs coming now, singles. And that no overthrows there. Duffy's the man who's done the backing up. So, that was signalled as a leg by. Leg by there. That's nice to see. Quickly running through.
Are Ireland 100 yet?
Yes, they got 102 for 3. So 100's up. but we're in the third power play, so England can have 5 fielders if they require outside. This is sweet. James Duffy no, that's not Duffy actually. I think that might be. Who's that fielder there?
I'm not too sure.
Apologies, I'm not quite good on the big floppy hats. And that's a lovely shot. That's going to be 4 runs. Chris Hewson's making a valiant effort to get that. But 4 runs, and what you were saying, Alan, about targeting Naylor, yeah, I think that's got to be the Ireland
Has to be
plan.
the man, yeah. Has to be.
Just because of the nature of the off-spin as well, 2 right-handed batters. So scores moved on. We're on to 106 for 3, so this is a good foundation for Ireland in the last power play. Just see that, just looped up a little bit there from Naylor. Quite inviting for Anderson, who swept.
Well, sweep
Swept
hard.
that well and swept
In front of square,
Yes.
Anthony.
Yep. Right, it's going to be Gary Park to continue. He's actually bowled very cannily. He's just taken pace off the ball, rolled his fingers over the ball. We're just going to, just seeing. Okay, thank you, Alan. It's been wonderful to have you on commentary, and as always, a font of knowledge in lots of different areas.
Well, I'll get you replacement cover.
No, that's wonderful, thank you. Make sure they're not padded up or getting padded up. What an absolute star. Nice to hear the stories of Alan and his daughter with Cricket Ireland. Gary Park coming in again. That's very well bowled. Just taking again pace off the ball there. Little leg side that. D-Man currently on 19 of 28 and Anderson's 20 of 28. So these two start to forward. Strong partnership. That's very hard in that striking through the extra cover region. And that's going to be 4 runs, so that was a little bit shorter there from Park, seized upon by D-Man and put away for 4 more, so that takes the score on to 110. Ireland's starting to increase the run rate now, still below 4, but it's going to be moving up very quickly, I'm sure, to 5 or 6 and over and beyond. And that's hit the pad, no run. So that was going down the leg side. Gary Park currently is 0 for 19 off his, and this is his 5th over. They run there. Sean Heathers, the man who took that blow on the head earlier, seems to have recovered, and his usual high standards of fielding. And we've got another guest commentator. Oh, that's gone up high. There's no fielder out there. Sorry, he's just come round from long on. It was on the Sean Rashid as the fielder there, who's just come round from long on and saved 4 runs. So end of the over. Score moves on to Nelson. So 111 for 3. We're in the 3rd power play, and Anderson's currently on 20. And D-Man is on 24 of 33. So a great spectacle of cricket here. The standard of cricket in over 40s is very high. Naylor's coming back on with his slightly quicker off spin. He's just been pulled to the leg side. Just a single there by D-Man. Anderson to face. Just uses his feet quickly, D-Man, to get back into position there, and pulls that on the onside. That crouch position, and he swept that nicely through the square leg region. That might run for 4. Hewson's chasing that. Oh, he looks as though he might have just trodden on the ball there. No, it's 4 runs. So that's been given by the the umpire. He just slipped as he came onto the ball. I don't know if he stood on the ball, but that's 4 more to the total. Anderson likes to sweep the ball here. England haven't picked up on this in the field placings. We've got the man who's not square enough for him. He's got a deep square, but I think he probably wants to bring mid-wicket round and 1 across. That's probably what this Gary Park is suggesting to him. Yeah, that looks a good ply, just to move Chris Hewison round just behind square. Oh, that kept a little low there. Naylor just gives a little bit more shine to the ball as he comes in that slightly shorter, and that's a lovely shot on the offside. Push him for the second. No second run there. Great piece of fielding there. Will Purser there on the deep point boundary. Ireland putting some pressure now on the England bowlers. 117 for 3. Just getting that run rate up a little bit fuller there, and that's well bowled by Naylor. Just teasing Demand there, who's currently on 25. That came off right off the bottom of the back as he just inspects there. No damage, but he was certainly looking to wind up, and I feel that there's a big shot on the cards here. Naylor's just going to... Oh, that's just put... And that's very well run, actually. Good quick call there from Demand. So, end of the over. Scores moved on to 118 for 3, and we're in the third power play. That's 33 overs gone. So 12 left, and the run rate's just starting to increase. 118 for 3. Naylor's off his 3 overs, currently 0 for 21. Little change in the field there. Shaun Rashid's just coming in. Sean Park's gone out to long on, perhaps expecting a catch. Very safe pair of hands there. Caught a relatively straightforward catch earlier in the game here, but Ireland are giving nothing away here. They're working hard. Gary Park continuing. He's in his 6th over. And that's a big shot. And that's going to be 6 runs right into the trees. A great shot from Demand there. Nice straight 6. It was just in the slot there, but he picked that up beautifully. Little punch of gloves there with John Anderson. Gary Park a little bit quicker there, and that's a great take. So from a 6 to a wicket. So Demand goes a little bit more expansive in his shot, but that's a smashing take from Ryan Canning behind, off the bowling of Gary Park. A fine innings there from Demand. It's just starting to move the over rate along, but he's got to go. And the score is 124 for 4. So Ireland have lost their 4th wicket, and the new batsman in is Danny Barclay. Another number 77 on the back of his shirt. I do like that. A little bit of refreshments there for Barclay as he comes in. He's going to be partnering John Anderson. Some drinks coming on there. Taki Abbas, who's not playing today, along with Jake Wilson. They're both rested, but I'm sure Taki will feature tomorrow in the fixture. I don't think Jake is available tomorrow. He's got to go, but he's got a little bit of a niggle on his groin, so he's been rested for today's game. So Barclay to face. quicker ball there. That's a lovely strike. What a start there. Beautiful shot. Lovely on drive there for 4 runs. Good positivity there from Barkley. Tall man. Perhaps in relation to Canning behind the stumps, who's not as tall as him. He's not wearing a helmet there, so he's a little bit easier for me to identify. Looks a lovely shot. I'm just going to ask Peter, where does he play his cricket, Peter? Started in Pembroke and Greystones. Oh, that's going to be some buzzers there. He's going to have to get through, so one more to his total. Just pushed that into the offside there. Didn't look to be any danger. Sean Heather shied at the stumps, and it was quite hard, the throw. It was missed by 2 England fielders. A little bit quicker there, and that's a super shot there from Anderson. That was quite wide in the delivery from Park. Chris Hewison, the fielder, at the deep point region, just picking that up and throwing in. Runs very quickly along the outfield here. Certainly not 2 runs on the offside, unless it's into the gap, which there's not a lot on the leg side there. And that's game. That'll test Heather. He's got his hand to it. So 1 more to the total for Barkley. Takes a score onto 130. Ireland starting to accumulate here. Over the up to 3.85 the run rate. 131 for 4. And Gary Park has finished his over, so he's currently 1 for 33, or 6 overs. Sorry. So change of bowling. Interesting change of bowling here. Chris Peplow is coming on with his left arm orthodox from the I'm going to call it the William Wallace end, which we did yesterday. So we've got long on and a wideish long on. We've got Sean Park, who's the captain at long off, deep square, and 1 at deep extra, and then we've got backward of square, third man, short gully, well, not a short gully, but a sort of finer gully region, and a short extra. Could have been a single there, but no run. 131 for 4. We've just seen the sight screen move, so apologies for about that on your view. And that's gone up in the air, should be out. Sean Park under it, and that's a wonderful catch. Low down. So Peplow has rung the bell of change here for England's fortunes, and taken his first wicket of the day, actually. Nice catch by Sean Park. Low down. So that's Barkley out. So a good little cameo there. Paul Ryan is the new bat coming in. That's the mascot, Jake. Do you want to come and have a few words on comms? It's always nice to have a little bit of context. Well bowled yesterday, a man, as I introduced Jake Wilson, who is resting today. I hear you've got a little bit of a niggle on your groin, but yeah, 3 wickets yesterday. Lovely spell of bowling there.
Yeah, thank you. It was just great to be a part of the team and doing a good performance against Wales.
Good. Yeah, the it's quite sensitive, this microphone. We've got the old wind chute on it at the moment, so don't be afraid to elevate the voice as Petlow's coming in. But yeah, 3 good wickets there. 3. What were your figures? I was just having a quick look. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 8, and man of the match as well.
Yeah, thank you. It was fantastic. I was very, very nervous going in, so the first one to come out okay. From there, it was all smooth sailing.
Peplow to continue. He's coming round. Yeah, so you're playing your cricket at Normandy? Are you enjoying things there? I think, isn't that where Sean Heather plays his cricket, or is he...
Sean's is at Middleton.
Middleton, apologies, in Sussex, yeah.
We did work out that he has played some cricket there in
Yes.
years.
Okay.
As an away member. But yeah, I'm loving Normandy.
Lovely.
It's my first season there, and it's an amazing club.
Yeah.
Great to be a part of, and we're pushing hard for promotion into the Premier League.
So where did you previously play cricket?
My first 2 years in the UK, back in 2014, I was up in Northampton.
Okay.
And then I've had 9 years down in Sussex, and this is my first year moving into Surrey. So I've been very spoilt with a number of great clubs and some beautiful parts of the country.
Yeah, lovely. I like Sussex. What's the standard like in the Sussex Prem compared to what you played? You play in the Birmingham League, was it?
No, Surrey Cricket League
Yes.
so far has been the strongest week in, week out cricket
Yep.
I've played.
Yep.
Sussex was also a very, very high standard. And yeah.
Oh, good. Oh, that's excellent. End of the over. Scores moved on. We were just Alan, who was here earlier, the white-haired chap. I'm sure he won't mind me saying that. Ex-international referee, rugby referee.
Right. Okay.
I don't know if you play rugby yourself, but played also for Ireland. 122 caps for Ireland.
Right?
Yeah, so he's absolute legend in Ireland in terms of rugby and cricket, and pretty good commentator as well. He's got some amazing stories. Right, it's going to be Anderson who's facing, and he loves that sweep, and that's sweep in front of square. He's also a fine cricketer, John Anderson, who's playing out here. He's used to captain the full Ireland side, who's batting now. Yep. I think one of the things you notice that there's a lot of Ireland have. I think in the last game England played 6 ex-internationals who are playing. Will Porterfield, who played over 200 games for Ireland and is the current coach with Lancashire County Cricket. He played. So it's a really good standard of cricket. They're obviously not all available for this Triple Crown, but they can put out a very strong side, and they've beaten England far more times than England have beaten Ireland. So it's going to be a good test for England today.
They've batted very well. Hopefully we can get one back in our favour later this afternoon. But Anderson in particular has been super impressive.
Yes. Yeah, he just looks at ease, doesn't he, at the wicket, the timing, and his part continues. He's bowled very well. He's just taken pace off the ball. I think it's obviously a concerted effort not to put too much pace on the ball, if you like, driving the ball. But in terms of your cricket, you've played obviously in Australia. Where did you play your cricket in Australia when you were younger?
I started my career at St George Cricket Club in Sydney, and then I played for Randwick Petersham.
Oh yes.
Right on the water at Coogee.
Oh, beautiful.
Which was a nice place to play cricket, and then I finished my first grade career at Sutherland, again not too far from the beaches of Cronulla.
And another fine club of yes, some legends there. Steve Smith.
Yeah, I was fortunate to play a fair bit of cricket with Steve. Obviously one of the best players in the world.
Yep. McGrath, Glenn McGrath as well. He was a Sutherland lad, wasn't he?
Yeah,
I remember reading his biography of how he came from the country up to play cricket for Sutherland, lived in a caravan.
Yes.
And yeah, very, very good read actually for anyone who hasn't read his book. Actually, it's going back a few years. I'm not going to say it's 20 years ago, but it's a great read actually of how he got into it, and his sheer determination and the practice that he used to do, just bowling. I think whether it was a rubbish bin or whatever it was, just bowling his sort of metronomic length and line, and at a reasonable pace as well. Peplow continuing. And how have you enjoyed being around the England? This is your debut yesterday, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
You've enjoyed it?
I loved every single second of it. First trip and time with the squad.
Yep.
Amazing group of people. The skill level is phenomenal, and everyone's very welcoming. So hopefully, all things going well, I can continue to put my name forward and be a part of this squad in the future.
Good. Oh, that's really good to hear. And that Australia over 40s aren't going to pick you up as well.
No.
Yes. No, they've also got a very good over 40s team, and I saw that they're off to Pakistan in the 20s. That's it's going to evade the outstretched running and hand of Sean Park. There's no long on there. Steve Naylor's very much here more at deep mid wicket, but England might look to put to the batsman there someone straighter. We've got the long off, but no sort of more traditional long on.
He's taken some wonderful catches so far, hasn't he?
He's just got a pair of buckets, hasn't he, as hands. Sean Park, Peplo's coming in. Yes, it's good to see him. I said that was out, not the catch that he took before the last one, but the previous one. To that, it was a little bit premature, but I don't think I've seen him drop anything. That's just gone past for buys. Looks as though it's going to be 4, so straight through for 4 more. Ireland starting to put some pressure on the scoreboard for England here. 145 for 5. Anderson's on 30 and Ryan's on 6. But yeah, no, it's great that you're enjoying it, and you know, spreading the word, getting other players involved. I think is so important, Jake. You know, I think once you've played it, there's no going back. Almost, you know, you're playing a very good standard of cricket, but you don't have all the chirpiness of the league cricket, do you? But you're still playing good standard of league cricket anyway, and you probably enjoy that. That's a lovely sweep shot. England haven't got the field right for Anderson. He loves that sweep shot. I'd probably like to see a man a bit square, or bring one across as well, because he loves to play that in front of square. He just finds the gaps beautifully.
Yeah, I would agree. It's everything so far from my limited experience. It's played in great spirit. Everyone's there supportive of each other, even well bowled and good shot to your opposition. And yeah, everyone's been around long enough now to
That's a great shot.
Their opponents, and that is a great shot again.
That's a perfect shot. An off drive. Looks as it might beat Hewison. Oh, it's a super stop on the outfield there. Chris Hewison just diving there, full length. 2 runs. Just keeping Anderson honest there with that. But he plays a lovely in front of square sweep, and that drive is just sublime.
Just moving the field around well, isn't he? He's hitting to wherever it seems, seemingly wherever he wants to hit the ball.
Yes, and I think once you've been in, you're seeing the ball a bit bigger, aren't you? And that was a lovely shot just off the legs there for 4. Will Purser's the fielder out there. Yes, he is, and that's a sign of class, isn't it? That he can do that. I think it's also, again, that's a nice shot, just a single there. Actually finding the gaps as well, and just, you know, playing into the gaps.
Keeping it ticking over.
Yep.
Making sure that we're using our sweepers and opening up the ring for them.
Yep, they've moved into the 150s now, 150. And I think that's 153. Again, just opening the face of the bat then. Pressure starting to mount actually for England here, but also for Ireland. They've got to post a total here. England won the toss and elected to field first, so they're keen to chase down. Don't think that he was looking to mank at him there, was he? He was pretty much in his crease. Paul Ryan is the other batsman there, and that's gone up in the air. That might be out. It's going to fall in the middle, and it has just fallen short of the fielder there, Sean Rashid, who came round. So that's square sort of sweep. Nearly got Anderson out, but he's got the strike now. 154 for 5. What do you think is a good pass score here?
Sorry, mate, what is he? It's 153 after 30...
154 for 5 is the current score, or 38.
38. With 7 left.
Could be 2 there. Could be 2. No. Naylor's coming in quickly. That's a good throw from Naylor.
Anything under 200.
Unfortunately, at the feet of Canning. Yeah, I think
Anything
that's
under
probably
200 will be good.
Yep.
But a wicket here of one of these 2 set batters would open up an end and might take hopefully another 10 or so off that total.
A little bit shorter from Peplow there, not allowing him to sort of swing freely in the arc. He's a tall man.
Very experienced cricketer.
Yes, tall man. And there we are. That looks as though that could pierce the. No, it's very quickly round there by Hewison. Good throw in. Strong arm, backed up by Gary Park there. 2 more to the total. Run rate's starting to increase, but not significantly. Just over 4, but that'll change. A little bit shorter there, and that's on the back foot. Yes, I mean that. The one thing I would say, Jake, is keep yourself fit, which you do. Is that the fielding and the speed of the play is still very high, isn't it? In terms of picking up the ball and throwing in.
It's been exceptional. The boundary fielding, in particular, the high catching and the saving boundaries and the arms.
Yes, they're still very strong, aren't they? Yeah.
There's some incredible arms going around out there.
That's the end of Peplow's overs. He's actually only the 8th over. Apologies there. He's got 1. I think that's 1 for 25. But I'm just a touch off the pace on the live stream here. 157 for 5 is the score. 1 for 24 off his 8 overs. So he's bowled very well, Peplow. So he takes his cap. Oh, we've got some interesting news. 120 for 7, Peter Searson, or Pistol Pete as he's known in Ireland scoring circles. He's 120 for 7. Wells putting on a show there. Oh, that's been dropped. Rashid is the fielder there, looking to sweep, almost like a sweep-on drive there from John Anderson. That was a let-off there for Ireland. A shake of the head there from Rashid. He knows he should have had that. And that's wide. That's wide from Park. Just trying to negate that sweep from Anderson. 2 more to the total as they ran through.
Quite easily could have had a few more wickets here today, I think. He's bowled without luck.
Yes. And that's very well bowled. I think Canning also got the bail in the either in the head or in the body, but that was a lot quicker, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's put a bit of effort into that after his missed opportunity a couple of balls ago. He just hurried through the batter.
6 down now, Ireland. And that sees the end of Ryan for 9.
Could argue that was a tactical...
Sorry. Okay, thank you. We've got a new batsman in, Bilal Azhar, who also bowls, I believe. Is left arm medium pace, so into the all-rounder category now. John Anderson just taking a drink there.
Possibly a tactical misfield there to get the batters rotated and break through at the other end. A very good piece of fielding.
Yeah, fine piece of bowling as well there by Parky, the biltong champion. Likes his biltong. Yeah. I was saying yesterday he sort of manufactures, all for personal consumption, of course, but he manufactures it and loves it, doesn't he? He's a real character.
Real character, and it's very, very tasty.
Have you tried some? Yeah, brilliant.
Yesterday after play.
Yes, he's fabulous. He was a huge part of England's 2024 over 40s World Cup campaign. Such a sort of larger-than-life character, both off the field. I remember distinctly, and I won't give too much away, because when on tour, what stays on, when on tour stays on tour. Coming back from the Winelands in Stellenbosch, that was quite a hoot. That's well bowled again, just varying up the pace, and then he'll put the quicker one in. This is well over. He's currently 2 for 47 off his spell so far. Oh, could be out. Oh, that would have been close. Direct hit. That would have been very close, and it's backed up by Chris Hewson, so no extra run there.
He's mixed up his pace very well, hasn't he?
Yes. Yeah. So Bilal, I'm going to just refer to Bilal as Azar. That's his surname. So Azar just running through that one very quickly. Anderson, what's he got to offer now? He's scanning around. It's like a footballer who's looking to play, who's looking to receive a pass. He's just scanning. Well, he's seen the opportunity there. There's a big gap on the leg side for him. I don't know whether England are doing that on purpose or not, but Rashid there, right place. I won't stop you if you've got to go.
I'll get going.
Yeah, you do, but it's great to have you on comms, Jake. I'm sorry you made the mistake of going past me, but I'll let you crack on. That's nicely back and well bowled by Park.
Great spell.
Yep,
Thank you for having me.
very good spell. Thank you, Jake. 2 for 48 so far. Well done. 2 for 49. Apologies. So his 9 overs are completed. 2 for 49, and well bowled, Gary Park. Anderson's moved on to 40 and Azar is on 1. So it's been slow progression from Anderson. He's looked very much in control. But he's only faced 45 deliveries in that 40, so Peplow a little bit more flight there. Naylor is the fielder at the extra cover region. The last over for Chris Peplow here. Again, bowled very well so far, 1 for 24. He comes in that tall, a little bit quicker there in the delivery. Fielded that himself. Looks very much at ease in the bowling. That's sort of almost languid, but run up, but that's a very quick turn of the hand. And that orthodox spin. It's all from the shoulder and the motion that he's got as he comes in. Look at that. That's beautiful. And he's swept that. Anderson didn't get hold of that. There is Chris Hewson out there who picks that up. That's into Canning. .200's looking a little bit of a pipe dream at the moment for Ireland, but it may well come true. 162 for 6. Still around the 4, the average of 4 per over. Change in the field here to the left-handed Azar. Nicely played into the gap there. Brings Anderson on strike. A little bit of jittery screen. We're just refocusing the camera there for you. That's Chris Mays who's in control of that. And that's nicely struck. Just a single again. He moves on to 42, Anderson. He's not been given any leeway by the English bowlers to hit through the line. End of the over. 41 overs gone now. 4 left. 164 for 6. Anderson 42, as are 2. Ireland need to step on the gas a little bit here now. England just putting a few... Well, they've got a leg side contingent of fielders. They've got a long on, long off, deep mid wicket, and an agricultural man on the boundary. And then Chris Hewison is on the deep point. Got to have 4 in the ring, which they have. Extra cover, backward square, short third, and on the 45 as Purser comes in. And that's a smashing shot there from Anderson, who's just got down, head to the ball, and swept that beautifully. What a lovely shot that was. Premeditated shot, perhaps, but great contact. Head to the ball, down to the boundary. England might bring the field around and just move everyone around a little bit. Ireland looking for boundaries here. Singles won't cut it really. They need boundaries. Anderson looking round. As he approaches his 50. And again, he's tried to sweep that. Likes that shot. 1 more to the total. 168 for 6. Anderson's on 46, I believe. 47. 47. As are facing. Plenty of room on the leg side for runs. He hits that into the offside, quickly runs through. Just a single. Craftily constructed there by Anderson there. That little open the face, just try to run that down through the third man region. Just the 1 run makes him 48 as he approaches his 50. Nice straight hit from Bilal. I think that was a bump ball. But only 1, so good fielding, well, good field placing here by Sean Park. Right, Anderson, 48. Purser coming in past the umpire, a bit shorter there, and that could be his 50. He's going to run hard. Naylor's turning. No, that's a great piece of fielding from Steve Naylor. Let's just cut that off, that 2. So that's the end of Purser's 7th over, 1 for 33. That was a good piece of fielding from Naylor there. Didn't let Anderson come back for the 2nd. But he's on strike now, so they feel with 3 overs to go, he's going to start to let loose. Ireland's still got some batting to come here, still some big hitters in the sheds.
He's staying over the boat, Rashid. He's staying over the boat around.
Sean Rashid is the bowler who's coming back on. He opened the bowling. Bowled very well without luck. So he's got a job to do for England here. What's he going to bowl? Is he going to keep it right up to the bat, Yorker length, or just take pace off the ball? Got a deep square, 45, third man, backward point. That's Peplow, deep point, and then Oh, full toss there. He tried to bowl a slower ball, but Anderson came out, and that's his 50. So a very fine 50 from Anderson there. I think it was 55 balls. I'll just get that confirmed by Peter to my left. 55 balls. Fine 50 there for John Anderson. Off 86 minutes. Again, nice bowling there from Rashid. Again, just rolling his fingers over that. Trying to take some pace off the ball. Let's crack through the long off region. Gary Park, the fielder, straight in, very, very well fielded. Very hard striker of the ball, John Anderson. Left-handed Azar facing. Just England need to bring one more fielder into the circle, which they've done. Cut out there by Park. Great fielding from the England team there. Although Naylor looked as though he's had his knee as he dived for that. So he's getting up. It's okay. Made of stern stuff, Naylor. Give him a pint of. Everyone should meet you, Peter. I think that's scorers. And it's gone up in the air. It could be held. Gary Park is under it. Oh, wonderful catch. Low down again. So that's the end of John Anderson. He's needed to start going at some point. So a very fine knock there from him. 51 or 57 balls. And a great platform he laid for Ireland, who are 177 for 6. Is it 177 for 6? Yeah, 177 for 6. You see that on your screen. Ball goes up off Rashid, who's bowled very well into the long off region, and it's very smartly taken by Sean Park. Sorry, apologies to Gary Park. That's where Sean's fielded for most of the game actually, but Gary's there now and took it like his brother does. Great catch, down low. See the end of John Anderson. Right, new batsman in for Ireland is Andrew Leonard, an ICC commentator and player, but he's not commentating today, he's playing today. Right-handed bat. He's going to face his first ball from Sean Rashid. Nice upright stance at the crease. And just plays that through to the third man region. 1 run. And that's a really good over from Sean Rashid there. 1 for 24 off his 8. Got some reward for his hard work over the last 2 days bowling. Didn't take any wickets yesterday, but bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 9 against Wales with great authority. And today, 1 for 24 off his 8. Will Purser to continue. be Will Purser's last over for the game. 43 gone, 178 for 7, Ireland. Leonard's facing Purser. First ball for him to face. And Fuller there from Purser. Just dug out. And that's a very, very fine piece. And he's been given out. Run out. What a throw from Steve Naylor. Underarm, at pace. And Canning gratefully accepted and run out. Leonard a little bit slow on the turn there. And he's been run out. So England take their 8th wicket, 178 for 8 are Ireland. A little bit of a mini collapse here from Ireland. Still looking for the 200 run mark. New incoming batsman is Samir Dutt. Just saw that on the replay there. Absolutely spanking throw there from Naylor, who picked that up from the short extra region. Little turn, but underarm bullet throw to Canning, who, as wicket-keepers do very well of his class, took off the bails very quickly. Purser's brought another wicket into the game for England, and that's a nicely driven on the onside. So Dutt is off the mark with a single. Left-handed Azar facing. He's looking around, looking very much leg side. Purser's currently 1 for 34. This is his 8th over, and that's full and driven. That's a great piece of fielding there. Sean Rashid, the extra cover region, contain that. No runs there. Azar content not to take the single. Again, a little bit fuller there from Purser. Dive there by Naylor. Great piece of fielding there, just diving to his right. Swept that up. One more to the total. All that's got in the air, just over the outstretched hand of Purser. Looking for the 2 Ireland, but it's not there. Good fielding there by Duffy at the extra cover region. We're in the 44th over. And that's very well bowled by Purser, who's quickly onto it. End of the over, and that's a fine piece of bowling there from Will Purser. 1 for 36 off his 8, so that sees the end of his spell. 44 overs gone for Ireland, 181 for 8, and they a little bit off the pace of where they would want to be. 200 was probably where they would have liked to have been, but it's been a fine performance by England in this 3rd power play. They've really contained Ireland, showed a lot of spirit in the field, quick fielding, good throws, and good captaincy by Sean Park here. Just got right fielders in the right place. With the exception of John Anderson, I think the fielding positions have been spot on for the players. Rashid to bowl the final over as he comes in. A little bit slower that one, that's a very good slower ball. Just coming through for the single. Field just moves out a little bit more on the offside for Azar. 5 balls left. What have Ireland got? A little bit fuller there. That's good bowling from Rashid. Could be a run out. And thrown to the non-striker's end, but not hard. Might have had a little bit more luck at the striker's end, but Canning was right up to the stumps very quickly. So 1 more to the total. 4 balls left. 182 for 8. 183, apologies, for 8. So that's the windmill, and he's bowled him. So Rashid has got more reward with the windmill delivery. Took the leg stump by the looks of things, and those zinger bails have come off and lit up. So the 9th wicket falls for Ireland, 183 for 9. It's going to be Alan Eastwood, who's the man coming in now. Tall man, 6'7" frame, fast bowler. I'm sure he can launch the ball. We saw him bat at High Wycombe, and he has a big shot on him. What's Rashid got? You'll know that Eastwood will be looking to swing quite hard these last few balls of the over. 3 balls left in the over. 183 for 9, Ireland. Azar currently not out on 8. Little stutter there from Rashid. Just lost his mark there. And that's a great piece of bowling from Rashid. Could be a run out at the non-striker's end. Oh, he would have been out. And again, the second time lucky, no. Third time lucky, no. Peplow was the fielder who just got to the stumps. That was really well bowled from Rashid. Right in the block hole there. No opportunity for Eastwood to swing those long arms, those long levers. Again, slower ball, and very well bowled by Rashid. He's using all the tricks in his armoury today. Dot ball, last ball of the over in the innings, if it's a legal delivery. 183 for 9, Ireland. A lovely shot on the offside by Eastwood there. Could come back for 2. Yeah, that should be taken, and it is. He's run out. So Azar is run out, and that completes a very fine performance from England in the last, well, in the whole innings, but certainly in the last power play. They fielded with great authority. Not to take anything away from Ireland, who batted very well, and led by their captain John Anderson, who scored a magnificent half-century. A nice round of applause for the 2 batsmen who are coming in, Azar and Eastwood, as England have a little huddle, and we'll give you a full rundown of that, of the scores. Just get that up on the screen, but a fine performance from the England bowlers. Let's give you a little bit of a match, an overview here of the England bowling. They get a nice round of applause. Let's go through the Ireland batting here. Ross Doherty, 19 runs off 29 balls, before he was caught by Sean Park off the bowling of Purser. Levon Shields, 28 off 64 balls. He was LBW to Gareth Young. Rory McCann was 15 off 38 balls. bowled by Gareth Young. John Anderson, the captain, 51 off 57 balls, caught by Gary Park, bowled by Sean Rashid. Vikas Diman, 32 off 38 balls. Ryan Canning was the man who took the catch off the bowling of Gary Park. Danny Barkley was 6 off 5 balls, caught by Sean Park, bowled by Chris Peplow. Paul Ryan made 9 runs off 18 before being bowled by Gary Park. Bilal Azhar not out, 7. Andrew Leonard 1, run out by that fine throw by Steve Naylor. And Samir Dutt 2 off 2 balls, he was not out at the end. Alan Eastwood was out. No, he was not out actually, apologies. So the score was, just waiting for the scores to upload, 184 I believe was the score in the end, just a little bit off the pace. In terms of the bowling for England, well, Sean Rashid, he bowled very well and has had 2 really good days of bowling, 1 for 24 off 8, 2 maidens. Will Purser 1 for 36 off 8. Chris Peplow, again, model of consistency, 1 for 29, sorry, 1 for 27 off 9, no maidens. Gareth Young bowled very well, 7 overs, 2 for 17 with 1 maiden. Gary Park bowled 9 overs, 2 for 49, a little bit more expensive, but it didn't look that way in the game, no maidens. And Steve Naylor, 3 overs, 0 for 21. It wasn't his day, but with the ball, but certainly fielded with great effort and got that very good run out of Andrew Leonard. So that's it. 184 all out off the 45 overs. We'll be back in about 40 minutes, and the time is now 5 to 2. So I would imagine we'll be back around about play restarting about 20 to 3. So we look forward to having you back then. Right, welcome back. England innings is about to begin. Players are out on the field. Umpires just looking to check with the scorers. Everything's okay. And his colleague, which it is. It's going to be Alan Eastwood, who's the medium quick bowler for Ireland, who's coming in from the William Wallace end. And opening the innings today for England, Chris Hewison and James Duffy. A little bit of a false start there. Hewison looking as though there may have been a run, but no run there. Watching the boys earlier, warm up. Nice little bit of pace Eastwood has, and Bilal Azhar, very, very tidy left arm. Medium quick bowler. So there's a little bit of an issue with the ball. They're just throwing it up. Not sure that he's got the old handcuffs, but looks as though we might be going in for a replacement ball after one ball. Oh, welcome back, sir, and I'm delighted to be joined by Alan Lewis.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Good to be back. Still blue skies, very sunny, very warm, lovely tea, and hopefully all set for a very good contest.
What's wrong with the ball?
I find it extraordinary. After one delivery,
we'll use that tomorrow. It's just seems to be out of shape, is it? Oh, well, anyway, talking the cam, Alan, what's the... it looks as though it's got a little bit of a wobble on it. Pause in the play.
Well,
the
feeling in the camp was probably those last 3 overs, Rashid with a number of Yorkers, some very clumsy dismissals by the lead commentator in ICC, in particular Andrew Leonard, which is probably one of the most village things I've seen on a cricket field, and he's been reminded on many occasions over tea by his colleagues.
Yes, well, I was going to ask you what was the talk in the camp, because that was a little bit lazy, wasn't it?
Very, very lazy. So he claimed that he came down the wicket, which he did, about 10 metres, and said, wait. But he kept running at the non-striker, who was going, what are you doing? And it's just very Andrew Leonard-like.
Be interesting to hear his commentary on that.
Well,
actually, how would he
like you tomorrow,
that?
Anthony, if he's unfortunately he had to pad up, so we didn't get the opportunity, but if he is commentating with you tomorrow, you might remind him of his dismissal today.
Will he be available? Is he not playing? Has he already been
deselected?
He's
playing. No, he hasn't been deselected yet.
We've just got a little pause in play whilst the match officials sort out the ball. We've had one ball, and unfortunately the ball seems to be out of shape. The Stuart Broad moment.
Well, you kind of think to yourself, how could it be out of shape after one delivery?
Chris Mays is just sorting things out. There's Alan Eastwood. Is it Eastwood?
Eastwood is opening.
Yes.
Still ploughing away in club cricket week in, week out.
Yeah. I was trying to
look
through my notes.
A man full of energy who probably lit up the game in this competition last year, removing 2 of England's lower order in an over, which kind of brought Ireland back into a winning position.
Sorry about the delay in the play for those who are watching and listening, but we'll be back soon. Looks like we've got some traction here. Yep. I was just having a look through my notes here, Alan. He's currently at Rush.
Had played for Pembroke for a couple of seasons and then moved out to that area of North Dublin to live, so it was an obvious choice for him to find a new club in that jurisdiction.
Okay, great.
commonly known as the Finn goal.
In he comes. Quicker ball. Oh,
Okay.
looks as though there was a problem with the previous ball. But anyway, that's been replaced now. And he comes past the umpire. That's good pace. And a wide ball down the leg side. Yes, it didn't. That first ball wasn't noticeably quick compared to the next two deliveries.
It's probably something common theme for bowlers who are over 40. They need about 4 balls to get loose.
But once they're loose, they're really on the loose.
Absolutely.
And firing on all cylinders here. Got a bit to prove here, the Ireland bowlers, and that's just going to come off. I think that's going to be a leg by the looks of things. Just being signalled by the umpire there. So the feeling was 180, a little bit below par, but the strategy to keep England at bay is wicket to wicket.
Well, it was one of, if you'd asked me before the game, and I think I said it like we kind of talked anything in excess of 180, from the position we were in, or should I say Ireland were in, I've got to be very careful how I say this thing. From the position Ireland were in, at the end of the 40th over, 200 was definitely wrong, I think. You've got to give credit where it's due. Anderson played a pivotal innings for Ireland, really.
He did.
In the context of the match, as the senior pro. But
It's gone over the top, and well left by Duffy.
in terms of a competitive total, I think the feeling in the camp was it was a competitive total. And interestingly, talking to the England coach, I might even,
David
Hughes thought a bit the same. He thought it'll be a good chase. I think one of the secrets is like anything, although England have 4 seamers, Ireland really only operates with 2.
Here comes the tall Eastwood, and that's nicely played down by Duffy there. No run there. So it's
Tell me a little bit about these 2 English batters.
well, James Duffy is a bit of a run machine in club cricket. He used to play for Hyde Cricket Club, scored thousands of runs for them, and from a young age, and then left and moved to Chester Broughton Hall. I don't think for any reasons other than just family, and scored a good 47 yesterday.
Okay.
He's a gritty batsman, well known, and that's a beautiful drive, no run. He can, play big shots, but he also can just stay there, which is sometimes what was, like yesterday, was needed against Wales. Chris Hewison played in the Triple Crown last year. You may have played against him. I wasn't there.
I think he did.
He's a big, strong batsman. Didn't get any runs yesterday against Wales. Got bowled. But a big hitter of the ball. Went to the World Cup in 2024. Scored a lot of runs. Has done for England. Almost bullies the bowlers with his strength. Policeman by trade.
Okay.
And
you have a lot
but a very mild-mannered
school teachers as well. I
yes,
think, isn't it?
it's that time of the year, isn't there? So
it seems to be where cricketers gravitate.
Yes, yeah. Well, David Hughes. I was having a lovely chat with David, who's a master at Bishop Stortford School.
Right.
And what a lovely guy. He's done so much work, the England coach. He's been working. He was at the World Cup in 2024 with Luke Humphreys.
And played or coached?
No, he has played for minor counties for Hertfordshire. So he's played to a good standard of cricket. 47. And I said to him, "You've still got lots of cricket left in you, David." He's a good cricketer, good cricket brain.
Yes.
And coaching, he's got the respect of the players, so he's going to do great things for England. It's gone down the leg side, come off the pad. I think he's going to do great things. Luke Humphrey has also been a big part of England's sort of startup. He's got his own cricket school.
Okay.
And he's not around as much because of his coaching commitments.
Okay.
But he was a big part of it. And the great Andre Nell.
Oh, Andre Nell.
You know,
yes,
Andre,
South
he was there in
African
the South Africa World Cup.
He was a bit of a character, wasn't he?
Ah, the three of them, they were, you know, it was the brains trust of England, with Chris Mays as the overarching head honcho. That's gone wide, I suspect. Well left by Duffy, anyway, good leave. And so, yeah, they provided quite a nice, you know, tripartite knowledge base in the World Cup, and
it's a very taxing World Cup, Anthony.
Yes.
9 games in 18 days.
Yeah.
That is challenging.
It is challenging, but that's where the fitness and the preparation is key. So wide, a little bit loose here from
Bilal Azhar, who's a very good cricketer. Bilal probably came to Ireland about 20 years ago, and he'd feature heavily in senior club cricket, captained Leinster, his club, to an All-Ireland success against the odds against Marystown on their home.
Oh, good pace, doesn't he? Did he play in Pakistan originally?
I would imagine so. The tendency is, you see, with obviously the influx of Asians to Ireland, like obviously we've got a very much growing economy, and just even talking to employers, be it South Africans and Indians in particular, coming over to the shores. And obviously we've got significant tech, pharma, you know, high-tech skill jobs, and these guys are coming over, and invariably you're going to find 3 or 4 who are very good cricketers, and you've got to go through the, you know, what one element is, in a sense, the passion phase.
Absolutely,
and then the other thing is, for a country as small as Ireland, you know, the focus really has to be, as best you can, on quality. Because I think
a little bit full toss, dealt with by Duffy, quick single through.
I think participation in itself is, in my opinion, and I stress it's my opinion, is up to the age of 11. But by the time a player or a child gets to 13, you're kind of really in a place where you have you an interest in the game in any sort of big way. Clubs now have put much more focus on coaching, and there's a number of there's a number of clubs who've brought, and there's certainly been 2 or 3 from South Africa who, you know, have come, and again they've had a large input into small academies.
Yeah, that's good.
So there's a big emphasis on kind of 13 to 15 and move them in, because a lot of youth cricket is played over, you know, a short number of overs, limited opportunity, and fewer people.
It's going to be a single down the leg side off the pads, but also getting the guys coaching as well, because they're obviously their skill set when they're playing, which these guys are still playing club cricket, getting them involved as well, coaching the younger ones and growing that passion for the game.
Well, coaching in itself is a specific art.
It is.
And in many cases, you know, what you want to try and get away from is that you're running cricket's a technical game.
Yes.
And you want to move away from what is effectively a child-minding facility. Now, that's fine up to the age, you know, 7, 8, 9s when you're playing blitzes and things. But you can even identify then, and probably the hardest part in a small country like ours is, invariably those kids, they're good at rugby, they're good at hockey, they're sports people.
Yes.
But if you can generate the interest, like it's quite interesting, like Orla Prendergast as an example.
Yes. She was at Pembroke.
Yeah, she's at Pembroke. But she was a footballer. She played Ireland under-17s football.
Yes. Oh, that's a nice ball there from Eastwood, went past the outside edge of Hewison there. Not quite sure about the length there. He was playing that, just holding the bat out there.
I have to say, a man has just passed me by the name of Bruce Russell. who I soldiered against for many years. And there was one great game we played up, and I think it was Fork Hill, correct. So the great message back then, you wouldn't even remember this, Andy, was the great line: you'd go into a pub and say to someone you wouldn't have 20p for the phone. And the fun of it was, you take the 20p and you just walk off and you leave the person put it in their pocket. So he started this thing. So I think over the course of 3 days we collected 11 quid in 20p. But he came out to bat in the last morning, and we got in a little huddle and we left 20 cents just on a length from the came down. Picked the 20. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Always remember that. Bruce Russell.
Nice story.
So it's always nice to
Well, it looks as though you
reminisce,
can reminisce
well,
with Bruce. Oh, that's down the
it's
leg
your
side. That should be a
nephew,
wide.
Bruce, that's Finn, isn't it? It's your nephew. So Finn Russell is Bruce's nephew, which I spoke to you about earlier.
Yes, you did.
His photograph is up on the under 13.
Yes.
Finn. And whatever the photograph is, there's some kid who's about 2 foot tall. I don't know how he was under 13 or anyone else. But Finn was the smallest in the photograph.
Eastwood just looking to adjust his length a little bit. A bit shorter there, just going over the stump. There's the shout from a long way down the track there. So not much likelihood of LBW there. At least a foot outside the popping crease there. You're going to have a walk and
no,
and
I'm
a
not
catch
yet.
up.
I said what I was going to do, Anthony, was the dog is in need of light refreshment, is what we can see, and he's going to walk around for 10 minutes, and then I'm going to. I haven't seen him for 25, 30
Wonderful,
years.
yes.
He captained when I captained. Bruce.
Eastwood continuing, and that's driven on the offside. That's a lovely shot there. 4 runs. Nice commanding start there from Hewison.
Well, Hewison got right into the ball there, didn't he? Got all his weight coming forward into the ball. It was perfectly timed. Beautiful shot through extra cover.
Yes, it's Bruce, is it? You said
Bruce Russell.
Yeah, Bruce Russell. He's obviously come to see you, which is nice. So
Well,
the word's getting out that you're here.
The word got out from someone said, I have a special surprise for you, someone coming. I said, I have a sense who it might be, because he's from this area.
Oh,
obviously.
brilliant. And that's nice. Oh, was that just dropped short? Anyway,
No,
that's 1 run. Just squeezed under the infield there. Now, what field have we got here, Alan, in
Well, we've
terms
got
of who's in what positions? Because you know the players very well.
Interestingly, we've got a 6-3 offside field to the left-hander, which is pretty standard, fine leg mid-wicket. Sometimes, generally, you see them just in front of square on the leg side, but at a pretty orthodox mid-wicket, mid-on, and slip in a gully.
Shorter there. Duffy just looking to pull that, but didn't get anything other than his body on it. So that's the end of the over. England currently on 13, chasing Ireland's score of 184.
Yeah, he kind of came charging at that rather early, and Eastwood was up to the task.
He was.
Dropped it
Just
short.
dropped it nice and short, or not too short, but yep. So it would be interesting to see how these two do. I feel that Duffy probably won't differ in his game plan from yesterday. He'll look to hang around, but if it's there to hit, he'll hit it. Hewison's a little bit more dominant. I think he'll look to probably play, harder at the ball earlier.
It's interesting that Ireland have employed a gully, which it's interesting that slip is coming out to orthodox mid-wicket, which Bilal has the ability to bring the ball back into the right-hander, which is one of his trademarks. As you see, he's into the pads,
Yes.
he's hard. He's got that lovely snap of the
Yes,
wrist action,
he has. Yes.
which gives him that piece of extra pace, but he bustles into the wicket. and he's on you the whole time. Big thinking cricketer, always loved talking the game with him.
He's got that, I was going to say that sort of, not Waka Yunus, the left armour who used to bowl alongside Wasim, that little bustle, as you were saying, little bustle just there, and and then a short, nicely pulled, just a single. Alan Eastwood is down there, saves a 4, so good shot from Hewison. Probably likes a shorter ball actually, tall man. Yeah, he's got good pace, and he reminds me very much of in over 40s cricket and over 50s of Ali Bukhari, who plays for Wales. I don't know if you've seen Bukhari, but he's a little bit quicker. Plays in the over 50s for Wales. Probably the quickest over 50s bowler in the world that we've seen.
Wow. Until yesterday, our South African friend that played for Scotland.
He played in the over 40s, I think. Yes, and he was quite decent, wasn't he?
Oh yeah, beautiful action.
Beautiful action, yeah. A great acquisition for the Scotland seniors side, and a great loss, I would imagine, for the
South Africa.
Yes.
Well, he was on the winning team, wasn't he?
Yes. They didn't do so well today, though. Scotland.
No.
141 all out against Wales, who are 21 without loss, and Sean Morris, who may well be opening the batting for Wales. He was co-commentator yesterday with myself, so he got a first baller, took himself around for one lap around the outside and sat down here and
for 40
chatted. Well, quite a few overs, yeah. But it was great to have him on commentary. But he was, phlegmatic about it, and I said to him, "You'll probably get 100 tomorrow." Well, he may not, but how fickle the game of cricket is. You know that you get some big scores, and then you get a first baller.
That was interesting there from Bill Al-Azhar. He just took pace off that. It's like
Gary Park.
Gary Park, who bowled this end. He rolls the fingers over it and took a bit of pace off it, which was clever bowling.
Yeah, very
from
clever.
Azhar.
And Sean Rashid was doing that as well from the sort of William Wallace end. Just leaning forward there, you see that. Oh, that's a shout for LBW. Umpire may have thought that was just going down the leg side, but that was a very confident appeal from Ireland. Just missed that. I think it was just the pace got through Hewison there, too quick for...
Be interesting to see that on replay, actually. See, one of the things, and you pointed it out earlier,
standing
Anthony,
very much outside leg stump there, you see.
Yes. There's very few balls
I don't think
going over the stumps. Probably not.
I think his initial stance was very much outside, so the impact... He's got to do a lot with the ball, hasn't he? So he's got to be shaping it back into the right-hander.
That would be his trademark, as I said to you, like having played against him for a number of years. As a right-hander, they were the one, left arm over, who brought it back into you. You just never knew when you were off stump. And again, LV...
That's a nice shot from Duffy, well bowled from Eastwood, just changing it up a little bit. It's good thinking there from Eastwood, just challenging the batsman. Duffy equal to it, 16 without loss England. Hewison is on 7 and Duffy is on 2. 3. 3 or 2? Okay, my apologies. Duffy is on 3. Eastwood coming a bit shorter. That's a good length. It's very assured there from Hewison. I'd imagine he likes the ball in that sort of area, that region.
Well, I'd say he likes it well up to him. Probably a big bludgeoning driver of the ball.
Yeah.
But if you can just be back of a length on this surface and use the unevenness of it to your advantage. Not much has been going over the stumps today, but Eastwood's from a big height and he makes the most of it. Like even there you can see it. There's something in that pitch. And if you can just bowl 6 of them there, Anthony, something is going to happen.
Indeed. 16 without loss at the moment, England.
we used to have this thing, and again, you know, when you're in the field, you can drift and you can do this. We used to have a thing in club cricket, this. So you might be on for 5 overs. This whole counting of dot balls. There's 3. There's 4.
Yes.
You know, you just apply this. Let the batsman know it is.
That's a nice shot on the leg side. That's going to be 4 runs. Beautiful shot through the mid-wicket region there by Chris Hewson.
And that's what you don't want to do. Nice, juicy, half-volley leg stump. Any batter worth his salt is going to tuck that away. Meat and drink.
A little shrug of the shoulders there from Eastwood. He's not happy with that.
No.
How tall would you say Alan is?
I'd say Alan Eastwood is 6'4" or 5", I would think.
Yeah, 6'5". We always like to add on an inch or two, don't we? Nice to see the crowd out here today, all the young children as well playing and having a run around the boundary. Be a little bit careful with some.
It's one thing that has amazed me in all my cricket career, how few people, and more particularly now in international cricket, think of the amount of balls that went to the ground.
It's a nice pull shot there from Chris Hewson, right-hander. Is that?
It's a no ball.
Diman.
That is Samir Dutt.
Oh, Samir. Yes. I do apologise. Samir. Picked that up nicely on the at the leg side. Square leg.
Sadly, we have a free hit here from the no ball.
Are they doing free hits?
Yes.
Are they? Yeah. They can't move the field though, can they?
Well, they can when they've run a single, which they did.
Oh, they did. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Still got pretty much. What have they brought? For the left-handed Duffy, the man to mid-wicket. The man's gone out deep. It'll be outside your screenshot. They're just adjusting the field. The skipper is John.
One more to
John
ensure
Anderson.
that it's only 3 out, Anthony, which is the key, really, in this one.
Yep, only 3 out. This first power play. Taking a little bit of time here to get things right, but important they do. 22 for no wicket England. Oh, that's going to be out. It could be run out as well. That's a very smart piece of fielding there. Is that McCann?
That was John Anderson.
John Anderson. Yeah, it looks very accomplished there. Took the catch, but as you said, it was a free hit. So
I've often seen that. I've seen it twice.
Have you?
Where a batter with a free hit has just hit it and run and been run out.
Oh wow!
You know, because they amble down, they think, oh yeah, well that's a catch. Middle and hit the stumps at the other end out.
Eastwood to continue. Hewson facing tall right arm bowler. It's a single in there. That's well run. No one in there saving that single. Did he find his boots?
Yes, he did.
Oh, that was good. Yvonne Shields. He was looking for his brand new Adidas. I don't know whether they're hurting him a little bit now. Those sort of takes a little bit of time, doesn't it, to get used to.
Well, you panic a bit, don't you? You kind of go, oh, I've just bought new boots and I don't know where they are.
Yeah,
they were in his dressing room.
Well, did he pick them up and he had a senior moment, did he? Senior moment. Right, end of the over. Just quietly moving on here. England 24 without loss after 5 overs. Pistol Pete's suggested that the wicket fairies need to come into
required.
Action.
Again, it was another talking point in the first 10 overs if we can knock.
A bit shorter there, it's a bit wild there, down the leg side. That'll be a wide. And on the other pitch, well, Wales haven't lost a wicket yet. They were in the late 20s.
For the competition, what would be lovely and glorious if Ireland were to win here and Wales were to win, it's all up for grabs.
It's all up for grabs. Well, I'm neutral, obviously,
course
as
you
you
are.
can see.
Of course you are, very neutral.
And that's just, I nearly grabbed that on the return. Just went past it. He's just opening up Hewison a little bit. I feel that if he opens up a little too much, he may get bowled. He'll just deviate.
Something that I would love and appreciate
Yes.
if he did.
You can see he's standing just outside his popping crease, just trying to meet the ball on the. That was a nicely bowled ball, just short of a length. I'm always staggered, and I mean, such is the pace that the elite men bowl at, but that you see the pitch map, and you see where they bowled in relation to the stumps, 6 metres out, 4 metres out, 8 metres out. I mean, that's incredible, isn't it? That they're still getting the ball coming up 8 metres away from the stumps, and 6 metres is considered the norm, isn't it? Isn't that the best? That sort of.
Certainly, anywhere between 6 and 8 metres is regarded, and if you have a bowler like Stokes, although it appears he's not going to play tomorrow, is the word coming out of the camp.
Oh, okay. Injury, is that?
Well, he's got this shoulder problem,
Right.
But he bowled more overs apparently than he did in a whole series in 2 Test matches. But you know the way, it's very hard to get the ball out of Stokes' hand when he's fired.
Very much so. Yeah, he's fired up, saving him for later matches, and of course the Test series against Australia, which will be fantastic. Have you ever been to Australia?
Yes, I have. I was at the last Ashes. I was there for the very dull Test in Melbourne, where the pitch Cook got 300 odd.
Oh yes.
And then Labuschagne, I think, got another 2. It was actually quite boring, and there was a lot of criticism about the pitch. There was nothing in it for the bowlers at all.
Must have been good for you to see Cook get a 300.
Well,
though,
it was.
It
It was an extraordinary.
That's gone off the edge. There is a fielder down there. Very much a very, very fine third man. That was a chance there, though, through the gap there. That must have been through the first slip region. Just looking at that on the replay.
Well, it was more that it was a cutter that he bowled. I think, in actual fact, in terms of a cutter, if he was to bowl it, would be to bowl it to the left-hander who might just get through the shot.
Yeah, just went through the vacant first slip region there.
I don't think it would have carried anyway. It was so slow.
That's a lovely. That's a lovely. Thank you, Alan, for your commentary. It's been a pleasure as always. Might see you later on, but
very well do.
certainly see how things go.
Exciting.
Yes, it'd be lovely to have you. But 26 without loss at the end of that over. Hazard's bowled 0 for 7 off his 3. Good pace, but a little bit erratic in line. Short, full. Just testing the England batsmen here. Duffy and Hewison, both good. I was going to say good pullers, but that might not be the appropriate term. But a good puller of the ball. Hewison facing tall Eastwood, and that's well left. It's a good pace from Eastwood. He's probably bowling late 70s there. I would say miles per hour. You won't see that on your screen, but the keeper's standing good 12 yards back. So lovely to see. Tall man coming in strong. Plays his cricket at rush. Came on quickly to Hewison, who's just picking the ball up. Hewison's got 13 so far, hasn't he, off 26, so he's doing a much better job for England today than yesterday against Wales. Got a very good ball from Dylan McPhee that jagged back. I don't think Chris Hewison could have done without that. Goes straight back there from Hewison. No run there. A bit quiet in the outfield there. Ireland just need to keep the chat up, keep that positivity going. Not a big total to defend if these two get set, so they've got to make something happen for Ireland. 184 was the score for England to chase, and that's played down. Again, good bounce there from Eastwood. And well played by Hewison as well. Just got forward. He was looking to turn that, I think, into the leg side. .31 without loss on the other pitch. So Wales slowly making their way towards that score that they need. Oh, that's a good shot from Hewison. He's pulled that off a reasonable length. Should be 2 runs, going to be picked up. So it was good bowling from Eastwood. Quick bowling. But, equal to it. Chris Hewison. Change in the field here. He's just getting the man at Samir Dutt. Square leg a little bit more round towards us. Nice ploy there, maybe. He was going to pitch it shorter. Eastwood has bowled 4 overs now, 0 for 18. Hewison's on 15 off 32 balls, and Duffy 4. 11, so he's been a little bit quieter. 28 without loss. 7. Right, still staying with Azar with his left arm medium quick, or medium fast. Quite interesting. The man's come in very, very close. That could be quite dangerous if he gets an edge on that on the sort of short third. He's just played that short through the gap, and Eastwood has picked that up. A little juggle and straight in. So good fielding from Eastwood there on the boundary. A little bit premeditated there by Duffy. Look to run that down through the third man region. Oh, that's a smashing shot there from Hewison. Crashed that over the square leg for 4, and there was no hesitation in that shot. Loves that ball, just short of a length, and good pace on the ball, so it came up at a nice height. Hewison 4 more to the total. England move on to 33 without loss. That's certainly not the ploy or the plan to Hewison. Again, he's just played very, very assuredly into the leg side. Fielder there. Bit fuller there, and driven. Nice saving dive there. No run. a little while there from Hewison. Better bowling, better length. Azar's giving everything that he's got here. Big test for both batsman and bowler here. Just moving the man out. Might be a short ball coming here. Just move the man out to the deep square region. And he's put it there, but it's one bounce straight into the hand. So well struck there by Hewison. Nearly fell into the trap, but that's the end of the over. So 34 is the score. Azar is currently 0 for 13 off 4. Ireland looking to absorb some of the pressure now that's being put on them, and they need to put it back on England. Eastwood, he's the leader of the bowling attack at the moment, and he needs to step up now for Ireland. Just the one slip, quite wide. It's almost second stroke third slip. And that's a good effort there from the keeper. Swung violently away. That's what I was talking about, leader of the bowling pack here. Chris Hewison looks very solid and well organised. Looking to capitalise and make some more runs, made a lot of runs for England. Oh, that's a smashing piece of bowling there. Wasn't the wrong shot, just did enough to go past the outside edge. Plays his cricket up in South Northumberland, along with Simon Birtwhistle and Johnny Whiteman, who's not in the tournament. Squad, I think, through probably, well, I don't know if it's unavailability, but he's a wonderful fast bowler. Bowls very full and bowled very well at Hammerwich recently. Driven, but no run there. So it's good bowling from Eastwood, just trying to pull things back here for Ireland. Can Ireland flip the script here? The script is being written by England at the moment. Way down the wicket there, and that's good bowling by Eastwood. That's I like the simplicity of what Eastwood does, really. He's a tall man, uses all his height in his bowling action, gives everything he's got. I'm sure if Alan was sitting alongside me co-commentating, he would have some more elegant words to say than I do, but wonderful to see this tall right arm fast bowler from Rush Cricket Club coming in, and that's very well bowled again. He's got a big heart. Is he going to finish it off with a wicket here? One slip, sort of gully, not quite in gully, more in the sort of fourth slip region actually. There is a deeper gully, backward point, extra cover, mid wicket, deep square for the hook in case he bowls a shorter ball, and a third man. That's driven through the offside. It's going to be a chase on. He's not going to get there, the skipper Anderson. So 4 more to the total. That's very unlucky for Eastwood. He's really bowling with all his heart here. 38. The score moves on to Hewison. It moves on to 24, and Duffy is on 5. Eastwood ends his 5th over, 0 for 22. There's a lovely shot from Hewison there, very classical, elegant. It's just almost just stood there and delivered. Still Azar to continue. 38 without loss. I feel a change might be required here. The slow bowling proved quite fruitful for England, just to slow the pace of the game down, get the batsmen using their feet. It's moving the man round from mid-wicket to square leg. Well left by Duffy. He's not seen a lot of the strike actually. He's only had 12 balls, or 13. That was his 13th ball. And we're in the 10th over. So Hewison certainly demanded and taken control of the strike. Right, we've got the keeper now standing up. So interestingly, just to put a little bit of pressure on the batsman Duffy. Too much room there at the crease. He feels he's just got to rein him in. So now Duffy's just got his back foot behind the hopping crease, and that's driven. There's a man down there, Eastwood. Sorry, it was cut off the back foot where I'm currently sitting. So it looks a little bit squarer in the point region than it was, but 1 more to the total. What Ireland need to do. Lots more encouragement in the field here. Gone a bit flat for the Irish outfield here. Not sure there's the belief here yet that they're going to get a wicket. Oh, that's a quick single, and there's a fumble there from the skipper, John Anderson, at the extra cover region. 1 more to the total. Good running from Hewison there, straight off. Just a little bit of the difference in the sides at the moment, that positivity. Alan was talking about that earlier, that we haven't seen that from the Irish fielders at the moment. There's no belief that they're going to get a wicket yet. England just gaining a little bit more confidence as the game's going on, the batsmen. Taken the pace off the ball there. Azar just rolled his fingers across the ball. Wasn't coming on for Duffy there. And the other pitch, well, Wales have moved on for 42 without loss by the looks of things. And that's a great strike there. What a wonderful shot. Nice statement of intent there from James Duffy as he played that extra cover drive. End of the 10th over, and the score is 44 without loss. Hewson's on 25 of 44 balls, and Duffy is 6 of 17 balls. Well, the run rate's well above where Ireland were. It's at 4.4 currently. The target is only 185. Just seeing the replay there. Flashing blade of Duffy there. Right, we're going to change bowling. Looks as though it's going to be Paul Ryan. Maestro, welcome, and I'm delighted to be joined by the England captain, Sean Parr. And first of all, before you start, I see you've looks like biltong. I'm presuming it's biltong that's just been placed there on the table in a very largish lump. I must apologise. I may have called you Gary on a couple of occasions, or Gary, Sean. So, but I'm firmly 100% behind you when you took those catches, because I'd even called that out before you even caught it. And David Hughes looked at me and said, "I'm glad you're right there, because you could have put the commentator's cursor." But welcome. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Yeah, it's been a good start with the batting.
I need to come a bit closer. It's just sometimes we never quite know how much is being picked up. Right, we've got a change of bowling here. Ryan is coming on. So, are you happy with the start so far?
Indeed, yes. Yeah, wicket's playing very differently to yesterday. You know, we thought we'd play 4 spinners today, and the board go around corners, and we bowled 12 overs of spin and no one turned the ball. So that's a very different game to, I think, what both sides expected.
What do you attribute that to? Just drying out of the wicket, or fact that's been played on and rolled a little bit more?
Yeah, I think maybe it's just second game on the wicket, so it's probably a bit more rolling, a bit more play on it. It's played really well. You know, yesterday, like I say, yesterday went round corners, rags, square, very difficult to play as a batter. So yeah, no, it's a definitely a different game. So yeah, no, we're pleased with the start. 45 for none after 10.
Are you playing Richard Sims as a batsman today?
He was down as a batting all-rounder. He was in as one of our spin options, but like I say, you know,
didn't get a chance today. But that's, as you explained, it was very much more focused on the medium pace.
It became a medium pace game, yes, most definitely. After about 6 overs, we realised quite quickly that.
Yes.
A very different game.
Tickled round the corner there. That might well run away for 4 runs. It's in vain, that dive by the Irish fielder there. So that's 4 more to the total. Good start from England here. Moved on to 49, near the 50 mark here, without the loss of a wicket yet. Hewson 26 off his 46 ball, and Duffy's on 14 off 18 balls. So yeah, really, really good start. Positive. I was just saying the difference, really, from a commentary point of view where I'm sitting. Difference between the positivity of the England set up here. Ireland very quiet in the field. Don't think there's the belief they're going to get a wicket. They're not talking. They're not supporting the bowlers. That may be unfair, but
yeah, look, we've got a couple of live wires on our side, you know, that love the game and are very energetic, you know, and don't keep quiet. So it does make
gets in the minds of the batsmen, doesn't it?
I mean, some batters maybe it worries them a little bit, but it definitely keeps the game interesting from a fielding perspective when you've got lots of noise and energy and guys throwing themselves around, and as opposed to, like you said, very quiet setup from the Irish.
Yes, they've got to get that belief, but they're nearing, England are nearing the 50 mark here, and I've been impressed. I know Chris Hewson's a big hitter of the ball, but I've been impressed the way he plays the short ball.
He's played very well. I mean, big lad, tall boy, gets on top of it nicely. No, he's played well for us. I mean, bit of wood around, touch wood. We don't want to put the mockers on him. Looks like another change of bowling.
I'm not going by the numbers, because apparently the Irish had 4 77s on the backs of shirts. So it became a little bit of a lottery. Alan, who's been doing some commentary, Alan Lewis, you've seen him. He was walking round the boundary with an old ex-rugby colleague. In fact, I think it's Finn Russell, who's his dad, Bruce Russell, is running around the boundary with him. They're catching up from their old rugby days, whilst Bruce is walking the dog.
I'm surprised he's not out in Australia watching his son play rugby.
Yeah, he's a very proud man, I would imagine. So that's as much as I know, so I may have got that all wrong, but looks as though there's a bit of a sight scream team have moved on. Mr. Peplow and Mr. Canning just bypass us. Hopefully we'll hear them on commentary as well later.
We need to get Peplow on commentary. He's a great cricket character.
Isn't he just, yeah. How did he feel today? He had a good spell.
Bowled nicely, but said he didn't turn a ball. He played as a left-arm seamer.
Around the wicket slower. Yeah. And you're on pitch number 1 tomorrow, which I understand is a little bit slower pace, so maybe that might come into your thinking, depending on the result here, of course.
Yeah, so looking at the score on the other ground, 140.
No, 45 for 1 they are, Wales, chasing 141, yeah. Oh, that's...
so, yeah, it does look a lot slower. It does look a lot slower down there. I mean, this wicket, like I said, played very well today, so...
how's your cricket been on a personal level? Have you had much opportunity? Oh, that's a big hit. That's a huge hit. Hewson's launched that and it's gone out of the ground. So a wonderful shot there from Hewson, 6. He's the leader of the pack at the moment on the batting.
Just run round and get that ball.
Yep. Are you? You're doing that, are you? I thought as captain you could delegate that. You might have to go round from this side, yeah. That's gone right out of the ground, over the fence, and into the confectionery stall and out the other side. So
no, behind it, just behind the side screen with the gap.
Yeah, I was just saying it's gone into the confectionery stall.
Is that what it is?
Doubt. No. It's a line from a very famous commentator in the old days, 70s and 80s. That was just in the slot for him, wasn't it?
Great strike.
Yeah.
Hit that clean as a whistle, he did.
The ball comes back. Yeah, so we were saying you're on a personal level that you're playing club cricket at Bury St Edmunds.
I am. Yeah, I've not played a lot of cricket this year. School takes up a lot of Saturdays in the summertime, and then obviously with a young family, priorities changed a little bit now that I'm a bit older, and time gets away a little bit.
Yes.
And then you're looking forward to some time with the family over the August period. So,
yeah, absolutely. Which
will take a little bit of a hit on the cricket side, but. Look, I've played a lot of cricket at the expense of, running around with the kids, and that's it's only fair we give them some time.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I love it. I mean, these games make up for club games that you miss out on.
Well, quite. Oh, that's an inside edge, nearly played on there. One more to the total, and England have passed now the 50 mark, so they're 56 without loss in the first power play. Yeah, no, it does, and you're still relatively young, aren't you? In the 40s.
Mid-40s, yeah.
So, 40s. You're not yet ripe for the over 50s.
No, golf might come before the over 50s.
That's a good comp, the ECB comp. Although I think the ECB are dropping their involvement in the competition next year, which is going to be a huge shame.
It is surprising when you would hope that the cricket board would value some of this sort of cricket, really.
Yeah.
And you think there's a lot of guys that play in the over 40s, over 50s that have given a lot of time to
cricket,
to English cricket.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the counties and all of it. We've got guys that come out of county cricket playing in this. And
yeah, I couldn't agree more. They don't seem to see it that way, sadly, with all the receipts that they get from the you know, the international matches is an absolute disaster, really.
Also,
PR.
why should grassroots cricket start right at the bottom, and you know, why can't it be all the way through? Guys, like I said, guys that have played a lot of cricket, you know, still being sort of in some small way looked after as they get.
I totally agree. Couldn't agree more, and that can extend to, you know, a little bit of a help with some of the sponsorship for the national sides when you've got World Cups.
Yeah.
Appreciate for Triple Crowns and competitions. Yep, fair. People play their own way, but there is a case to answer for the ECB for continued and more involvement and sponsorship.
Yeah, just a bit more support.
Support, you know, in many ways. And anyway, I think it's sad worldwide, and all the bodies, whether it's the Veterans Cricket of South Africa, whether it's they seem to be in the same boat, which is a shame it's not recognised by the leading cricket bodies. Right, Ryan to continue. It's off spin. Don't know whether he got a bat on that or whether that was pad, but it's one more to the total. Yeah, leg by has been called. I see Richard just walking around the boundary there. Richard Sims. Have you had a good time in the hotel? What's been the chat amongst the lads?
We've had 2 late nights in the hotel. A lot of time spent driving up on Monday, and then obviously a lot of time spent at the club yesterday with all the other 3 teams. So yeah, it's been really enjoyable. More time sleeping than doing much else in the hotel, really. Time spent at the ground last night. Well fed, great barbecue, and then we looked after tonight as well. So you know, everybody's looking forward to a curry and once again another catch up with, you know, guys from all 3 teams, 4 teams.
It's been a wonderful competition organised by... Oh, and he's bowled him. He was just looking to play on the offside, so that's a wicket for Ryan. First wicket down for England. Score is 58 for 1. And it looked as though he was just looking to play that on the offside. Got inside of him, and he's gone for a very well made 33 or 53 balls. So well played, Chris Hewson, but he's obviously naturally disappointed.
Yeah, look, he's been playing straight. We've said right from the beginning, just score your runs down the ground. Don't play much across the line, and you know, it shouldn't be too much trouble. It looked like he was trying to get that a bit too square on the offside. And
new batsman in is Sean Heather, and I've noticed the boys are not wearing numbers on their shirts.
So a lot of the boys who didn't go to Cape Town have not been allocated numbers or have not requested numbers.
Okay.
So their kit obviously arrives with no numbers on the back, but no reason not to have any numbers.
No.
It's just when it comes to kit orders, you've got to put in that request.
And you'll get a perpetual number, I would imagine.
You'd get your squad number, yeah.
Yeah, that's great. I was talking to David Hughes earlier. It was good to have him on commentary about the setup. Where are you batting today, just out of interest? Because normally you're not too far off the pace here, are you? 5 or 6?
Yeah,
today?
I'm at 6.
Okay.
I'm at 6, so we've got Gary to follow, and then Steve Naylor, myself, and then Richard Sims and Ryan Canning at 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yes, that's a pretty healthy line-up. That's nicely forward there. Didn't Sean Heather take a knock on the skull? He seems to have no damage there.
He said it hit the top of his cap. Whether it did or not, I'm not sure, but he got one that bounced in the outfield.
Certainly didn't sound like a cap.
Took him by surprise.
It did. It leapt up off that foothold. Yeah. He's batted very well for England, hasn't he? Not touching wood for him.
Yeah, these two have been 2 great additions to the batting and to the squad. 2, you know, great guys. You know, lovely chaps. Very supportive of the dressing room and everybody else within the squad and that. And most certainly go about their batting well. They
In a
play
very
well.
organised manner, aren't they?
Indeed.
Yeah, very organised. I can't help reminiscing about that innings that he played at high wicket against I think it was
Hammerwich
against Wales. Wow, Wow, what an innings that was.
Yeah, 10 off about 15 balls, and then he was 100 off about 35 balls.
Yeah.
Incredible
It was
innings.
not too many balls.
Yeah, and I think he scored something like 90 runs off about 26 balls or something.
Yep. Right.
Very, very smart cricketer, Sean.
Tall is continuing, I think. Bowling. Malahide Cricket Club, yes. Line for one. And I noticed when Gary was bowling, that was a plan. He was just taking pace off the ball and rolling his fingers over the ball. Was that something you talked about?
Well, just like I say, I mean, after 6 or 7 overs, we realised very quickly that it wasn't the same wicket we played on the day before. And then, of course, when Pepler bowled his spell of 5 to start with, no ball turned really. So Gary became that key middle order bowler. He bowled a one, and he just mixed up his pace nicely. Very difficult to go after a bowler that bowls different pace, different line.
You know, he can bowl a quicker ball, can't he, when he wants to?
Indeed, yeah. It doesn't really give him an opportunity to settle down. But then I was like the two chaps, Sean Rashid and Will Purser, bowled those last 5 overs exceptionally well.
They did. Yeah, I've been really impressed with Sean Rashid. I was talking to David about that earlier, and I think I've never seen him bowl better.
He's bowled exceptionally well these last 2 days. He's just gained in confidence, and he's a bit more.
Well, I think in the World Cup he was a little bit of a shadow of what he is today. I don't think it showed him in his best light in the World Cup. I don't know whether that was the wickets, the run-up, just his rhythm. But his rhythm looks great. Bit of nerves, but his rhythm was fantastic today, or it has been the last 2 games.
Yeah, he's bowled well.
Without too much luck, but he got a wicket today. So that's the end of the over. Tidy over there from Tall. Yep, 14 overs gone now, end of the first power play, so steady progress, 4.27, be happy with that as a run rate.
Yeah, we've said, look, wickets in hand is important. You don't want to be 60 for 4 at 15 overs, or 70 for 4 at 20 overs.
Let's keep wickets in
hand, and that gives you the opportunity to sort of have to catch up if you need to at the end, or...
Yeah, absolutely.
Just steadily go about your business. Obviously, if you've got wickets in, the pressure's on the bowling team.
Just got a little bit cooler and cloudy here. We've had glorious weather.
It's been amazing. I think everybody that's come up to Stirling expected to have umbrellas with them and lots of rain breaks, and we've not seen a drop of rain. It's been
Central
fantastic.
Highlands over there. Oh, they're gorgeous, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a great
walking country as well. That's a nice sweep. That's going to be 4 runs. Very tidy sweep there from Duffy. One of the things that I noticed that John Anderson was doing, and Alan Lewis was on commentary, he was always sweeping the ball.
Yeah,
did you notice that in front of square as well?
He is a fantastic player of spin. So busy. His hand-eye coordination and ability to manipulate is incredible. Regardless of whether it's a spinner or a seamer, whether you've got men out or men in, he's just so clever with with his sweeping.
That's a nice shot from Duffy there on the onside, just 1 run.
Yeah, we thought the drop catch at mid-wicket might have hurt us a little bit more, but thankfully it didn't cost too much.
There was a lovely shot from Duffy there. That previous ball. It's got down. It gets down well. His head to the ball, isn't it? Sweeps a little bit shorter there. Kept it there. That's a good piece of fielding in the mid-wicket region. I think that's the
captain,
the skipper, John Anderson there.
Good fielder. Very good fielder.
Yeah, young, 42, and played a number of caps for Well, that's short. That's well played, actually. The temptation to go back and pull that, and that's a good run. That was a nice piece of fielding there, but didn't come to much. It's still another single to the total. 64, sorry, is the score. 64 for 1. England quietly marching on here. Ryan has got to do something for Ireland here. He's just dropping a little bit short and then maybe a little bit fuller there. There's a single there. This is important for England. Just keep the strike ticking over. Feel the gaps are certainly starting to open up here.
You go, you can keep 3, 4 singles and over. Fielding team have to do something different to try and stem the flow of runs, and then, like you say, gaps open up in other places, and it's when you get bogged down a little bit and overs tick by with the run rate not really going anywhere, and sort of encourages give the bowlers a bit more encouragement. So if we can sneak 3, 4 runs and over, then they've got to play well.
Right, looks as though we should have a drinks break now. End of the first power play. So we're going to take a short break. 66 for 1, Heather's on 2 and Duffy's on 21. Right, welcome back. Sean Park, the England captain, has gone off just to And in the team huddle, find out what's going on in the England team. Good to have him on commentary for a bit. James Duffy is going to be facing Tall, left arm bowler, who's going to be coming over the wicket to him. A bit shorter there on the back foot. Duffy. Another gritty innings required from Duffy today. He's got a job to do for England. That's nicely played off the back foot. That little punch, just one run. One more to the total. Ireland just rearranging their field. Captain Anderson just moving another player into the offside. He's into a short extra. Just for that little push there for the for the left arm bowling of Tall. It's a little bit more positive from the Irish. A bit more chat in the outfield. Got to believe here now, and that's well played by Heather. Noticeably more noise now since the power play, which is good for Ireland. The England captain. Big appeal from the other ground. Wales 2 down at the moment, 55 in the chase of 141 from Scotland. Oh, that's a little bit uppish. That's just what the bowler and John Anderson are looking for. One more to the total for England. Fine over there from Tall. Going to be Ryan to continue. We are expecting a little bit of rain later. The clouds have just got a little bit lower and greyer. Still that beautiful view of the Highlands seems to capture my imagination. Looks as though Levon Shields is warming up. A bit of leg spin bowling. Ryan to continue for the time being with his right arm or spin. No run there. John Anderson very quickly in. Heather, who's facing, certainly likes to run quickly between the wickets. He'll have his work cut out there with Anderson prowling in that mid-wicket region. There you can see he just looked to take off, but there was no run there. Duffy very firmly in his crease at the non-striking end. And he's a long way down there, but it's a big appeal. Levon Shields just came in and launched the ball at the keeper there, who stuck out his right glove, and it stuck. Good intent there from Shields. Ryan as he skips in with that right arm off spring orthodox, and that's driven. No run there, well backed up in the infield. A little bit shorter there. Didn't know quite where that had gone actually, Heather. Was looking around, a bit perplexed. England still got plenty of batting to come. Sean Park, Ryan Canning, Steve Naylor, Gary Park, Sean Rashid, Chris Peplow, who I think is a non-designated batter, Will Purser, Richard Sims, and Gareth Young. So still plenty to come for England. That's a very good over from Ryan. In fact, it was a maiden. 1 for 13 off 4. Heather 3 not out, and Duffy 22 off 28. So he's playing that gritty innings. I've just been corrected. Thank you, Chris, and the scorers. The non-batter is Sean Rashid, so he won't be batting today. As you probably know, both sides are able to play 12, and they rotate 5 overs off, but there's always a non-designated batter. Right, it's going to be Duffy to face, the left arm bowling of Toole. A bit shorter there, and he's just played out nicely off the back foot. Just a single. .69 for 1. A little bit fuller, and he comes down the track. Looks to drive that through the onside, which he does, but only to the fielder there, Shields. A bit more positive talk from the Irish fielders. That's good. That's good bowling. It's great bowling from Toole here. In his 4th over, he's 0 for 11. He's bowled a very good line and length. It's coming round the wicket. That little push, and that's driven hard. Good statement of intent there from Sean Heather. 4 runs. That wind is just getting up a little bit here now. See from the trees that are blowing in the background to pitch number 1. Quite forceful actually. You probably have got quite a lot of that wind on the mic. We've turned that off. It's on top of the sight screen. So Toole coming round the wicket. He's gone back there, Heather. No dramas there for him. Looked very controlled in that shot. As the 2 fielders it long on, long off, just drop back from the ring. A little bit fuller there, and driven, but to no effect there. Straight to the skipper, who snaffles that up. No run there. So England have moved on to 73 for 1 with that 4 from Sean Heather. He's on 7 off 26, and Duffy is 23 off 29. Ireland need a breakthrough. Run rate is still at 4. That's what they need. It could be a momentum changer for Ireland, a wicket. Duffy just waiting to the field set. Ryan to continue with that right arm off spin, coming around the wicket to the left-handed Duffy. A bit shorter, just plays that back off the back foot. Nice setup that Duffy has here. 3 little taps of the ground when he gets himself set. Just looking to guide that down through the 3rd man region. Ryan's just looking to get the batsman, I think, to try. Oh, that's too short. That's too short. That's a little bit too short there. There's a bit of a gift there for Duffy, playing off the back foot. Needs to get the ball up there to really give the ball a chance to get a nick off the bat of Duffy, get him driving. He's certainly not going to get wickets by bowling short on the leg. Left-handers always look so elegant. and their batting, and never more so than when it's on the leg stump. It's good fielding positions from John Anderson here. He's got himself quite straight. He's not in mid-wicket, so there's no run through the but he's got no mid on or long on, so he's relying on his bowler. He's got a long off. No, he's got a long on. It's just where I'm positioned, actually. That's strange, looking at the position of where the sight screen is. And yeah, it's just looking to work that on the onside. That's good field placing by Anderson there. Right, no runs there off that bowling, other than the one which came. And Heather's currently on 7, Duffy's on 24, 74 for 1. Bit of pressure now on the England batsmen. We're in the 19 overs gone. 74 for 1. So we're nearly 22, 23, halfway stage. Certainly not at the halfway stage on the score yet. Tall to continue. Oh, that's a lovely drive on. No, it's just going to be the single there. It's nicely picked up one-handed and thrown in. I like the simplicity of what James Duffy does there, and that's a very, very good on drive. Wonderful shot there. A little bit of a momentum changer there from Sean Heather for him. Good use of the feet. Nice statement of intent as he came down the track. Just played that straight for 4. A little bit uppish there, but always in control of that shot. Good use of the feet again. Just a single there. He's quickly down the track there, Heather. Just negating any turn. We heard from Sean earlier, Sean Park, the England captain, that there was not a lot of turn, whereas on day one there was plenty of turn. Left-handed Duffy to face. He was looking to wind up there, I think, with a big shot over the leg side, but very well controlled. That's the end of a good over. Well, for England at least. 6 off the over. Was it 7? I'm not sure. I'm a little bit behind on the screen monitor here. 80 for 1. 80 for 1 is the score. Yeah, we're going to see a little bit of a change in the bowling now, and in the style of bowling. I think it's Livon Shields who's coming on to bowl. Bowls leg spin. Plays his cricket at Phoenix in Ireland. What field is he going to have now? To the right-handed Heather. Got a deep square. 1 on the 45. 2 behind or one backward point, one short third, deep point, extra cover, long on and long off, and one at mid wicket. Need to contain on the leg side, Heather to 1. Oh, that's short, and that's gone. Oh, that was delightful. That was put on a plate really for Heather, who's just taken full advantage of that. I think the ball's rolled down the car park. Yes, Chris has just reminded me when we were in Gaul at the over 50s World Cup, there was a train that went past us, and we regularly thought it was the ball to Gaul, an open top train. Anyway, that was served up on a plate for for Heather, who gratefully took that and put it over the deep mid-wicket region. Short again, and that's gone. That is going to be 4 runs. So another short ball. This is always going to be a little bit of trial by spin for Shields. I think he's lost a little bit of confidence there. He needs to get the ball up in the air. So 2 balls, 2 short. Move the man there. Andrew Leonard's just come round a little bit more, and again that's a little bit shorter, but it's well fielded. Just took a little bit of the sting out of the ball by saving that, and I think that was Diman who was the fielder there at mid on. And again that's short, and that's out. It looks as though it's a great catch, so bowler loves that, and that's well, it was a rank half tracker really. Should have been put into the car park, but Heather's put that down the throat of, I think that was Diman, wasn't it? Yes, I'm right in thinking that was Diman, who took a lovely catch low down. So that was the breakthrough that Ireland needed. Heather's out for 20 off 37 balls, I believe. Just seeing that on the replay there, you probably saw that just as he came in screen there. Great catch low down. Didn't go particularly hard, but it was at difficult height coming out through the backdrop of the trees, so not easy to see that ball, so it was a really good catch. Could be a little bit of a momentum changer. Gary Park is the new batsman coming in, right-handed batsman. Right, Gary Park to face, plays his cricket at Alveston and Bolton Cricket Club in Derbyshire. Used to play at Derbyshire as I said earlier, in the innings when he was bowling, and also I believe at Durham he's played cricket. A bit short, cut through the offside, easy shot to get off the mark. Previously finished in 2023 as the season's top run scorer in the league. That's an achievement. So great all-rounder, fantastic in the field, very quick, got a bullet arm on him, and bowls and bats. What can that man not do? Right, Duffy is the man. He's facing. Yvonne Shields cannot drop it short to him. There's not a lot of cover there over on the leg side. It's just got one deep square and deep mid-wicket, well, sort of wideish long on. That's well bowled, that's much better. So a little bit more flight there. Got Duffy coming forward. That's good. Now, Ireland, 21st over, has just gone 90 for 2. It's much improved. Nearly at the halfway mark now, so this could be a good contest. If England lose a couple more wickets, it's going to be a very, very close game. If they don't, it could be over very quickly. These two hit the ball very hard. Got to change of bowling. I think it might be Andrew Leonard, who's just come on actually. Yes, Pembroke Cricket Club, where England over 50s played last year against the Irish team. It was a lovely weekend that we had in Ireland. There we are. There's a nice picture of Alan reminiscing with Bruce Russell, Finn Russell's dad. Gary Park to face. Crucial that Leonard gets on with the job here for Ireland straight away. Oh, and that's a very slow turn, and that's been given as a wide. Hands on knees from Leonard. He's not happy with that. Might just spice things up a little bit. He just gives that ball a little twizzle in the air, Shane Warne like. That's very well bowled. It's a nice reply. Put a spring in the step there from Leonard. It's not a bad thing sometimes for the bowlers to have. Get some really perky and right on it. Oh, that's a lovely delivery, and nicely played as well around the corner. You could look 2, could look 3 actually here. Duffy's looking, he's turning, and there might be. He hasn't got an arm on him. That's Dutt, I believe, is the fielder out there deep. Could have been a 3 there. It was very tidily played by Park, just round the corner. And going to put a man on the 45. That's what I like to hear from the Irish team here now. A little bit more intensity. All short, and he's pulled. And that's a great stop. That's the captain there, John Anderson. And again, just played that. He might have got, that was a very good piece of fielding from the keeper there. Quickly round. Probably see how dark it's got now. Those zinger stumps and bails have just gone up. It's been an interesting over from Leonard. Good mixed start, but really got on it now. Look, He'll know that Park is looking to just dab down, so yes, he's moved a man around on the 45, just takes out that shot. Yes, that's a good move from Leonard. He flicks that ball up, keeps that confidence going. That's a lovely drive through the offside. There is a man out there, quickly picks that up, just a single. Well, that's some throw in from the boundary. And he loves it. It's an underarm, loopy quick ball. We're changing the field now for Leonard. He's just for the left-handed Duffy. He's very strong on his leg, so he's got the man at backward square, deep on the boundary, mid-wicket. Mid-on, long. There's a man at long on as well, and the mid-off is just out of your shot. Easy single there. Just a single. Levan Shields just coming through. So Ireland employing 2 leg spinners, which is good. Always a question mark over the control that leg spinners have, but that was a nice over from Leonard to get him into the bowling frame. Levan Shields to continue. A little bit more chat required from the Ireland team here. Very quiet still. 95 for 2. Big shout on the other pitch. Looks like that might be a wicket actually. .75. Is that 75, Pete? We're just getting you the scores from the other pitch. That's nicely driven. That's going to be a single. Alan Eastwood is the fielder there. That's going to be a close game, I suspect. 140 odd. Doesn't look a lot of runs, but scoreboard pressure, and Wales might start to implode there. 77 for 4 of 29 Wales. They looked in great shape to start with. But, wickets are tumbling there. .65 and 16 overs, Pete has just let me know. It's nicely played on the onside. Easy single there. Just feel that maybe Ireland have got to gamble here a little bit and bring the fielders in. There's too many singles here for the England batsmen. I understand that they're going to look to save the 4s, but there's a number of gaps now, and if it's short, that's a great piece of fielding off his bowling from Shields. Well, they've got 5 in the ring. 5 in the ring there. Anderson, who knows the game inside out. That's easy single there. It could be 2 there. Nope. Just throws that in underarm. Gary Park was looking for it. Oh, Wales have just lost another wicket, so it's getting very interesting now on pitch number 1 here. Scotland, who had a win in the first game against Ireland. That's an easy placement for Park there. Just think they're missing a trick here, Ireland. They've got to bring the field in, because what they'll do, England will just keep taking the singles until the bad ball and then punish that. .98 for 2 as England get close to the 100 mark. Still up above the required run rate. They're at 4.29 at the moment. The run rate required is 3.92. Leonard to continue, or it's short, and that's not been dispatched, but he's going to run 2 definitely to his arm. Yeah, he's put him back, sent him back. There was an easy 2 there. I think Duffy was probably the one who was struggling to get back, actually, but Part was on his way. In fact, he was probably 3/4 of the pitch down, and he got sent back, and he still made it back. So there was certainly he was in. Leonard's just tossing that ball a little bit higher. Confidence is coming up. Oh, that's a little bit quicker. That's well bowled. Don't know if he throws in the googly, but waiting for the little bit of gardening to be done by Gary Part, where the bowler's coming through, coming round the wicket. Leonard, and a little bit fuller. That could be 2 there, could be 2, and they're going to run 2. Yep, that's good communication from these 2. It was in by a very long way, so that's really good running from these 2. Park's always up for a 2. That's not a pint or 2. It's a run or 2. I love that. I love that, Pete. You're wasted scoring, Mr. Searson. You should be on commentary. That's well bowled. Good length there from Leonard. He's giving that ball a little bit more of a flick, getting those fingers warm. That's short though. That's going to be an easy. Could be. It's just going to be a single there. Just a single there. A little bit of a clash there between Leonard, who apologised to Part for getting in his way. One more to the total. England over the 100 mark. 103 for 2. 24 overs have gone. And we're in the second power play. So only 4 fielders allowed outside the ring. Done a lot to play for. The skipper there, Anderson, just having a chat with Shields, thinking or suggesting maybe let's have a look at the field where we're bowling to Duffy. He loves to play it off his hips and drive. There we are. Oh, that's going to be just a single. Might have come off the pad. That. I'll wait till the umpire's signal. Yes, that's being signalled as a leg by. Oh, that's wide. Cut. Straight to the fielder. Love the way that Duffy gets his head down there, right to the pitch of the ball. Front foot comes forward. 1, 2, 3. Taps of the bat. Short. Played on the offside. That's lovely placement. Fielders coming round. That's Azhar. Lovely pick up. 2 runs. 2 more to the total. Nice pick up there by Azhar as he came round. Good throw. Solid cricketer. A bit fuller there, and that's swept. That's going to run away for 4. I suspect that's got the legs on it to get over the boundary, and it has. So pressure's being eased here. I don't think the spin's quite working for Ireland. It didn't do much for England in the first innings, and a very variable bounce is certainly not turning. So a right and left-handed combination as well. Quite hard for these leg spinners to keep their line and length to that. Just moving the sight screen, the players are. And we've got a sight screen team here, so the players are doing it themselves. Which is part of the course, of course, at club cricket. Yvonne Shields coming in, and that's driven on the onside. Just a single there. Eastwood is the fielder. Tall figure comes in, swoops low, and throws in. So might see a change in the bowling, I suspect. I don't think the spin is working for Ireland. It's a little bit too easy for these two. Need to get the pace bowlers back on Ireland. They've got to conjure up some magic now. Leonard's going to continue. He's not had too many overs, but the run rate's just getting up now. Ireland need wickets, otherwise these two are going to get set fair. Looks as though we've got the Stirling County Council Estates Department back in action behind us, cutting more grass. Must be a bit of a job lot going on here. We've got dandelion everywhere. Maybe they're sucking up everything that they cut yesterday and left in a heap. Leonard to continue. Fuller and driven for 4. Is it going to go? Dive! And that's yes, it's going to be 4 runs. So couldn't get to it. Outstretched hand and a dive just out of your shot. 4 runs to Duffy as the intensity of the noise behind us continues. Short, sweat, and that could run away for 4 more, and it's a great stop on the boundary there. Just the 1 run there. Great piece of fielding there from the Irish fielder there. I think that's Dutt. Samir Dutt, who's fielded very well for Ireland throughout this game. Oh, that's a nice return there to Leonard, who dived and certainly stopped 2 runs. This dandelion flies in the air everywhere. Gary Park facing short and slow short, and that's just a single there. Well picked up on the boundary, no 2 runs there. Park just slipped as he got to the non-striker's end. Short, played off the back foot, no run there. Duffy just troughing that a little bit to the short extra. And it's got to keep that ball up. There's a better ball, and that's a much better ball. Little spring in the step as he comes through on the delivery there. So he's not bowled badly. 3 overs, 0 for 15. Andrew Leonard. Very tidy against these 2 bats who've got in. Reading the game very well. 118 for 2, England. Gary Park is currently not out 9, and Duffy's a belligerent 39. Again, another gritty innings from him. 53 balls. Change of bowling. Looks like the skipper's coming on, John Anderson, with his off spin. Sorry? Oh, change of bowling. It is the captain though, isn't it? What's his name? We've got the grass department in. Yes, I love that. I haven't got it. Yeah, I haven't got him on the list here. Oh, Samir Dutt. Sorry, apologies. Yes. You say Clontarf, Pete? Yeah. Right. Samir. Short. And then wide. No run there. Plays it Clontarf. Little bit of sweat on the ball. This looks like an off-spin he's bowling there. He's got cover at mid-on. With a long on, sorry, and the deep mid wicket. It's easy single there. England have got the fine team of Chris Hewison and Sean Heather on the side screens. From a distance, it looks like the Mitchell brothers. That's nicely played on the onside. Coming in, it's a little bit loopy off spin. Haven't seen a lot of turn off the wicket today. England will be keen to get this wrapped up before the rain comes. I think we're expecting a little bit of rain later on today. Short, and then that's a drop, I think, or it's just gone under the outstretched hand at backward point. 4 runs, 4 to the total for Gary Park. Just looking to put that in the gap. Don't think he was looking to get it as fine as that, but 4 to the total. I was just looking over to my left to see if Mr. Coffey, the tournament director, would like to come and join me on the commentary. And we can reminisce a little bit about warmer climates in Sri Lanka. I'm not sure he's taken the bait yet, but yes he has, he's up. Can't resist my charm, or lack of. Nice to have you, welcome. Paul Coffey, Tournament Director for the Triple Crown.
That's a very grand title.
But a welcome one.
Thank you, yeah.
So you've enjoyed the occasion. I've seen that you've been working hard, making sure everyone's kept fed and watered and everyone's doing what they should be doing. It's been a great team effort, hasn't it?
It has been. It kind of falls into 2 areas. One was the preparation, which went really well, which meant that the execution has been done pretty much perfectly. The only 2 things we've had that have gone wrong. One is that the local council have very helpfully turned up behind us to do the field while you're commentating, and the other one was that the 3 slabs of beer for each team were delivered. So we had an emergency rush to the supermarket yesterday.
Right, okay. Were they cold?
Or
were they
now.
warm?
They are now, yeah. Very much so.
Yeah, oh good. That's a nice touch. That's something that they do very much in Australia, I've noticed. I don't know if they did that in the Triple Crown at
Newport.
In Newport. Did they do that, or was that a touch that the Scotlanders hosts have added?
They did do it in Newport, which was very welcome. The template that we came up for this event was to be very, very simple, because what it is, it's about a bunch of good, talented cricketers coming together to play cricket and to kind of celebrate the club background that they come from, which is about having a community, enjoying yourself, having a beer afterwards. I mean, you were here last night, so we had both games finished. We had a barbecue which kept everybody fed. Many people hung around about 9:30, 10 o'clock before it started filtering away. As you know, we have much more light in the evening up here, so lots of people hanging around outside, and we dispelled the myth that the sun doesn't shine in Scotland. So,
no, it's been wonderful. I'm starting to get some real colour to my arms. I'm sitting outside of the gazebo.
Absolutely, you are.
Yeah, no, it's wonderful. And you've got food tonight for the players and supporters. Curry tonight. And who's that being provided by? Is that being outsourced and they're bringing it in, or are they doing
kind of? It's somebody who's a member of the Stirling Cricket Club, whose wife plays hockey here as well, who is from Australia, big cricket fan. He also is a chef, so it was very easy to ask him. Give us a very reasonable price. Kept everybody fed. One of the things I would like to point out we've done with this event is that everybody gets fed.
Yes.
It's not just the players. It's not just the support, the volunteers. Anybody who's travelled here with the teams or just randoms gets fed.
Yes.
So we've had extra tea on. We're going to have extra curry this evening. What we want to do is just have an event where it's just cricket. People turn up to watch good cricket.
Yeah, absolutely.
And enjoy good company.
And there's been some good cricket and great company, and you've very kindly, end of the over, let's just give you a little bit of an update for 129 for 2, Gary Parks on 15, according to my records here, Duffy is on 43. So what do you think of just going back to the cricket, England, I was chatting to Sean Park, the England captain, he was saying, marked difference between today's pitch and yesterday's pitch. Yesterday's pitch took spin.
Yep.
Today's pitch no spin.
Same pitch.
Yes. And interesting, there's not been a lot of wickets fallen to the spinners today, whereas yesterday there were a few more spinners taking wickets. Naylor took 3 wickets. I think Peplow took wickets. In fact, I've got them if I'm not too lazy to look at my notes here. Yeah, Taylor 3 for 18, Chris Peplow 2 for 12, Taki Abbas 1 for 24. Only Jake Wilson, who opened the bowling with his left arm medium at the start, who moved it around, took 3 as well. So, but less wickets for the.
So this is on pitch 2.
today.
So obviously yesterday on pitch 1, Scotland played Ireland and won, and Dougie Wiley of Scotland, who's a left arm spinner, took 5. But he's been doing that for very many years. He's got a particular way of bowling, which low arm into the stumps, zeroing in kind of middle and leg, and people who are used to playing on probably truer pitches to try and sweep him. LBWs and bowled,
Yeah.
But so John Taylor, who runs Stirling here, his prediction was that the pitches will firm up, harden up over the 3 days.
Lovely shot on the offside. Might come. No. It's
dear.
going to go through. It's gone under the body. Hopefully he's just clutching his leg, the fielder there. I think that was just a misfield, which it was for 4. So 4 more to the total for Duffy. Sorry, you were saying about John Taylor. He was thinking it would be get better as the.
Yes,
they play more on the pitches.
It's kind of a curious thing here when we think about the club cricket that we're doing, because normally each game is a one-day game. What we're doing is we're doing 3 one-day games on each pitch, but it's on the same pitch.
Yeah.
So the characteristics change. Also, we've had 2 really good weather days of the event, plus some very good weather days before the event.
Yes.
Which has meant that the pitch has been able to kind of dry out, but retains the under moisture. And then what's happening now is it's starting to kind of firm up by being used.
1 more to the total for Duffy, takes him on to 49. He's nearing his 50, 63 balls so far. Another gritty knock, did the same yesterday, 47 not out.
This is the type of stuff that I love to see, because what has become apparent, there's a lot of talented cricketers here, and one of the dimensions of talent is to be able to work out what the surface is doing, what the bowlers are doing. Yesterday England bowled very, very tightly and didn't give Wales anything, so they rolled them to 79, but there was a good effort in trying to kind of restrain that, even though England brought it back. Pitch down on number 1 yesterday, 174 plays 100. At the moment Scotland 141, and I think Wales are 6 down for 100.
They're showing a little bit of resilience coming back there, aren't they, Wells? I was just having a quick look at the scoreboard while you were saying, so that's going to be a close one,
It'll be
isn't
a good
it?
one, absolutely, yeah. And
41 of 9.
Yeah.
Wow, and be interesting. Is it Dylan McPhee, the double centurion, who's batting? He got double 100 at the weekend. Breath Wells he plays for. Back to the England-Ireland game, and still Leonard, the ICC commentator.
Yeah, Lenny, he's had a lot of fun in Scotland in the last few years. Does a lot of commentary up here.
And which club does he play for?
I'm not sure he plays much.
Is he playing up here in Scotland, or is he in Ireland? He lives in Ireland. Oh, that's a lovely shot.
I think he might be an expat now. He does
that's
so much
his 50, I think.
Work.
I think that's his 50, Paul. Nice handshake there from Andrew Leonard. Good 50 there from Duffy. 50 runs off 65 balls. We'll get you his stats. I'm sure Mr. Searson, who's our stato, comes scorer. 55 balls, 66 balls in 55 minutes. Must be my dyslexia coming to the fore there. 126 minutes now. That's driven through the offside. Manning down there. Azar picks that up nicely, looking for a 2. 1 for the arm. That's good running from Park. Very quick between the wickets. Now let's talk about Sri Lanka. Did you have a good tour after I saw you?
We did. We did. It was brilliant. I mean, Sri Lanka's always a good tour. We got slightly different weather. I think we
had no rain.
Good weather. You got no rain. We got quite a lot of it. However, we got it at very appropriate times. So we would start a game. The opposition would be 250 for 5. We would be 100 for 3. And then the forecast of a storm would happen. The ground would be flooded, and we were able to abandon as a draw, which actually it made it look better than it was. But yeah.
I thought you were going to say like 100 for 7, and
I think we did have one like that. Yeah.
Oh, that's loopy.
Yep, very loopy.
And just a single there. They're not looking for a 2 there.
So on the subject of Lenny, so he's a freelance commentator. He represents Associate Cricket. Scotland play in the World Cricket League 2 series, which is a number of 3-team events, which add up to, I think, the 16 games that you play, and then some points based on that. And the top 2 qualify for the World Cup.
Big shout for LBW there. Long way down.
Qualification tournament.
Yes.
So they have 2 of these a year when we're in Scotland, and Lenny's the host commentator normally. So
right. So his knowledge of cricket. We're going to have a drinks break here. It's the end of the second power play at 30 overs. England 138 for 2. We can carry on chatting for a bit, unless you've got other duties that you'd like to jump onto. But
I think everybody's
not out.
Working as programmed at the moment.
All working quite according to plan here. The drinks are coming out. And Gary Park's 18 off 24, so I'm just wondering how Ireland get back into this game. I'm not sure that having the slow bowlers on is necessarily going to. The overs are going to drift by, but
I think strike rate wise we're fine. One of the curious things about club level cricket is that drinks breaks tend to have quite a dramatic effect sometimes. So when we do normal league cricket Saturday or cup cricket on a Sunday, is you often find that after within an over and a half of a drinks break something happens, which sometimes reverses the fortunes of a match.
Well, let's hope for Ireland. They've got I think that partnership was 50 runs as well that's come up, or 56 balls. So a number of 15 overs left for England to get the runs.
Just looking at the score on the pitch 1, where Scotland-Wales, so the wickets there, Adnan Mufti, who's from Pakistan, played for UAE, he's now resident in Scotland, he's taken 2 for 12 off his 7, and Raj Varuna, who's a slow bowler from originally from Sri Lanka, he's 2 for 18 off his 6.
Oh, that's good.
So one of the things, obviously, with your experience of here is that you commentated on 2 games on one ground, and obviously England will play Scotland on the bigger ground tomorrow. So
yeah, that's good. Yeah, I know. I love the setting here. It's a perfect setting, isn't it? You'll know a little bit about the geography here. That's
the Ochil Hills.
Ochil Hills.
Yep, they stretch away over to the Firth of Forth. So the Firth River is the Forth River is flowing past the ground on the other side of the trees. The best spot is actually over here. I know the viewers aren't going to be able to get it, but if they look on the stream, they look to the left of the sight screen. There's a clump of trees. If you're sitting there, you get the view of the Wallace Monument and the hills and the setting sun. So
yeah, that's lovely, isn't it? Yeah, so, absolute classic.
In a game that's drifting away to a close, that's a really good place to field.
And you've had we were talking earlier, I know the viewers may not know, but you had the Australian over 60s over here who are just finishing their tour of England, having retained the Grey Ashes with a tie. Did you know that?
I saw that, yeah.
Did you see that? Yeah. How bizarre, isn't it? Got
tie
a
on DLS.
Tie on DLS. Was it 2 runs off the last ball?
I think so, yeah.
And yeah, what a wonderful outcome, really. Good, obviously, for the Australians, not so great for the English, but they put up a little bit more resistance, the English.
Well, the good thing is it keeps the battle going. You know, gives you a reason to go and do it again next time.
Absolutely, and I do like the fact that Scotland over 50s and obviously the over 60s are starting to is taking shape, isn't it? The formation is there.
It is very much so. We're established now.
Plans for? Do you know what plans they may have for future tours?
So we've got to break that down into a couple of areas. So on the subject of the Australian visit, we were a warm-up game for them, which was fine. They played here at Stirling. They absolutely loved it, and it was Christian, the caterer, who was voted the best catering of the Australian tour. So
wow!
There you go. The thing about that was that the Judd, who's the captain, is the brother of Tony Judd, who crowed and played and coached Scotland for many years. So there's quite a few of the guys who had relatives who had either come from Scotland or they had young relatives who had played here. So, but when they come on a tour, they're coming a long distance. They kind of want to get to see as much as they can of the country. Yeah, we love them coming up here. So
yeah, that's brilliant. Did they get to see, you know, the castle and the Wallace Monument? And I'm hoping to do that on Friday.
There is a shuttle bus.
Is there? I was going to ask you about that. What opportunities there are there? But Gary Park to face. Oh, that nearly crept under. Just what you were saying.
Yeah,
Drinks brings wickets.
Drinks brings drama.
Or drama. Yes, that's nicely put.
So as far as the tours are concerned, being part of the IMC, we're eligible to go to the World Cup. So the planning at the moment is over 60s World Cup. Toronto next year?
In Canada. I didn't know it was Toronto, but I have played in Toronto. Very nice. Yeah.
So planning on a trip for that, and then there's the over 40s World Cup, which will be in Barbados late November, December.
Yep.
So obviously the England boys here, part of their performance is going towards selection for that tour. We're on an accelerated thing. We've managed to identify a number of players who are keen to continue their cricketing career, particularly those who have played at a high standard. So that we've got, I think there's 4 guys playing yesterday and today who've played international cricket. One was a Scotland captain, had over 100 caps. Another guy who had a very good record all the way through his Prem career and his international career, and that does make a huge difference. You know, and we've got
that's sweetly struck on the offside. It's going to push a fielder there. It's easy too there for Park, who's very quick between the wickets.
And we've got a number of other people who have been identified as just coming into that kind of 40 age group, who have started to see what it is that we've been doing and are getting interested in it. All right, okay, so this is still proper cricket. You are playing against proper opposition, you know. So
that's good too. That's really good, actually. It's so important. You're spreading the word, but through the performances, isn't it? You're seeing like this being hosted by Scotland.
Yeah.
See the quality and of the opposition as well, not only the Scottish team, but obviously, say, the England team, Ireland team. I know it depends very much on availability and holidays and injuries.
For the
Welsh. They've had 3.
Yeah.
Such a horror for them. They always put up a good battle.
They do, yeah.
Yeah. So it's great that there's 4 home nations there that can compete. against each other.
Be competitive and friendly. You
Yeah.
know, the social side is very important. What is interesting here is I've been kind of keeping an eye and helping the umpires, because a lot of these guys are doing it's mostly kind of Prem League level that they
Yes.
do, and they are absolutely loving this.
Oh, good.
You know, you've got a bunch of old guys doing 45 overs in 2 hours 45.
Yes. Yes.
At Prem level, we're asking the guys to do 50 overs in 3 hours 20,
Right.
and they're struggling.
Yes.
And you think, well, hang on a minute.
Yes.
How come these guys can do it and you lot are still...
Yes. Maybe the runs are not as much as in the Prem, but we haven't seen huge scores on both grounds, have we? In the
I
2
think it's
days
down to
so
the
far.
quality of the bowling.
It is good bowling. There's
Yeah.
no doubt about that. You know, I have to say the England bowling, the medium pace, medium quick bowling has been very good, and I'm not surprised to see now a change bringing back Alan Eastwood.
Yes.
Who's a tall, fast.
He's a big lad, isn't he?
Yeah, tall, fast bowler. They just need something here, Ireland. It was just a little bit too cushy for England to just keep nudging and nurdling and waiting for the bad balls, drifting in the wrong direction. So I think it's a good move from John Anderson to change the bowling now. 142 for 2. They need... I think this man had a big impact, I understand, in the last Triple Crown at Newport Cricket Club. So let's see if he can do the same again as he comes in. That big bustling figure. We'll get the England batters playing shots, that's for sure. Yeah. But you've enjoyed the whole occasion so far, and obviously day 3 tomorrow. England versus Scotland, the old enemy.
Yeah, we try not let that carry on too much. The multicultural nature of the Scotland team and the England team sort of counts that out. We have a laugh about it over a beer, but that's about it. You know.
And he comes. That's short, and he's put him down on the 3rd attempt. Oh, that was crucial for Ireland.
There's that chance.
I was just saying that opportunity. Eastwood has created that. That's Bilal Azhar at square leg. He's put that down. It was in the pocket. Out, and down.
And it stayed up for him as well. Three grabs he had of it.
I thought he would take it on, Duffy. He's currently on 50 not out. He took it on.
That's an unhappy bowler coming in.
It's going to be a quick ball, this one. That was a quick ball. Yes, that's good. I'm delighted. And it's actually, it was interesting to see that some of the players now representing countries are from different countries. England had Jake Wilson, who was born in Australia, now he's played over here since 2012.
I think Jake
2014.
crowed in Scotland 20 years ago.
He might well have done,
and he was chatting to one of our guys who plays for the same club.
Yeah, and that's great. And that's a super shot from Duffy. Play that off the back foot. And again, Ryan Canning, who's originally from South Africa, played for the Cape Cobras and Boland, down in sort of Stellenbosch area. You've been to Cape Town and played cricket, have you? Yes. So
of course, our skipper,
you'll know
Sean
that.
Coates,
yes,
who was
Sean,
born in Cape Town.
Yes. Yeah. So that's brilliant. That cricket sort of transcends boundaries in that respect. As long as the IMC don't bring in some silly rules.
It'd be good if the IMC really understood what it represented.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Well, it's certainly, as you rightly said, it's about bringing together players that enjoy the cricket and play to the highest standard you can, isn't it, as a nation?
Yeah, and be amateur about it. Be self-funded. I mean, we need to celebrate amateur cricket, because the pros don't get to be pros unless they come through the amateur scene. You know, quite.
Yeah. Interestingly, I was going to ask you about the main Scotland team. How is that faring at the moment in terms of the quality of cricketers? And that's going to be 4 runs for Park. That just strayed on the leg side, and Park just got the bat down there and squeezed it through the onside.
So I think
how is Scotland doing in the elite men's circuit?
So one of the players at the moment who's very heavily regarded in ICC associate cricket is Brandon McMullen. This was his home club.
Okay.
He came from South Africa to go to Stirling University, which is next to the the Wallace Monument. So he played his club cricket here, was very successful. Went into the Scotland team, and he's moved east, as most internationals do, to play cricket in Edinburgh on the flatter decks where it's easy to score runs, that type of thing. You know,
Okay.
So. I think also I'm of a certain age where, you know, if I go back to the 90s when we were almost always nearly getting to international competitions, and then 99 World Cup we did, and we've gone through a period of about kind of 10-12 years where we continually qualify, you know, so we've kind of got used to qualifying, and now we've missed out on the one in Sri Lanka, India next year, which has been a bit of a surprise, a bit of a shock for people. But at the same time, every time you look at any kind of team, any squad, is you've got some guys who've been around for a long time, you've got some new guys coming in. We have also a bit of an issue as an associate nation within Britain, is that we've got 6, 7, 8, 9 guys who are playing on county contracts. So we cannot all get access to them, you know.
Right.
So the counties, quite rightly, who pay their living, have a call on them. So we kind of missed out a couple, I think, last year for the T20 World Cup. So curiously, if we're playing away something in perhaps an October or a November, we have access to these guys, you know. But I wouldn't be too downhearted about it, really, on the basis that, pardon my French for your viewers, we need to kick up the arse every so often just to remind us where we want to be, you know, and that you have to put in an effort.
Yeah. Right, we've got Dutt continuing. He's bowled 3 overs, quite economically so far, 0 for 15. Oh, a lot more interest as well on the other pitch. 113 for 8 now, Wales. So Scotland look as though they're in the box seat there. 141 was their score, unless there's some rearguard action. 113 for 8, yes. Interesting to see who's in, actually. That could be for Scotland. Who's
James Breeze, our friend James,
still a quality cricketer in there.
3.5 weeks for 3 yesterday.
Yes. It wasn't a breeze for him.
It wasn't, no.
No, he was. He played a very gritty innings, but he got out with a very soft caught and bowled to Steve Naylor
after a big appeal. Yes, it was a big appeal for LBW, I think, on a sweep. Yeah.
Yes. There's been a lot of appealing today, apparently. That's what Alan was suggesting.
Yes.
I think that's a good tactic, don't you?
It's an interesting one because getting involved in so I do scoring for international cricket, so you get to watch the games very closely, obviously, because you have to. And I also end up occasionally do umpiring in club games. And what do you think the average number of appeals is for LBW in 100 over ODI? 100
over, so both sides?
Both sides. And in innings which are completed, because often limited overs.
I would have thought you're probably around about 16 to 20 if I've got a range.
6.
6? Wow. So what are they? Is that for any reason? Is there any technology associated with this that?
We don't use technology at associate level. No, what it is that the batters are better, so they tend to get bat on ball more often.
Right.
The bowlers are tighter, so which is a good thing. But they're often, you know, the amount of times that the international level where a batter gets a bat on the ball is much higher than it is at club level. There's more playing and missing and kind of bat pad, that type of thing. But what you find if you're doing a kind of club Prem 1, Prem 2 game is that you might be having one appeal every 2 overs or one appeal every over. And there's no way that the bowlers at that level are actually bowling straight enough to do it.
Right.
You know? So it's on the basis they're trying to influence the umpire because they think the ball has hit the pad, therefore there must be a chance of an LBW, and it doesn't work that way.
No.
So.
Interesting. Very interesting stat, that. I wouldn't have got that, personally, and I didn't.
I'll probably have to go and work out if it's true or not.
Yeah, that's right. I want you to show evidence. England have moved on quite swiftly now to 150... I think that's 156 for 2. It's a very sweetly little struck round the corner shot from... Oh, that's a nice piece of bowling. The one that's gone past the outside edge.
Good drift.
Yep. A bit quicker as well from Dutt. So you're just seeing on your screen that replay as Duffy hit a 4 down the leg side. That was quite wide down there, and I think this has been one of the features of the Ireland bowling. It's not been as controlled in terms of the accuracy of the bowling today. Bit short, the leg spinners have been, just allowing the batsman to get back on the back foot and punch it through those gaps, and when the fielders are out on the boundary as well, there's lots of runs.
Kind of got the feeling earlier on that England bowled well in partnerships.
I think that's fair. They've bowled well over the last 2 days. Probably weren't as productive today on slow bowling stakes as the medium pace bowling. So that's sort of taken over. Which now, talking of medium quick, here's the big man Eastwood coming in. What a big heart! Oh, that's gone, and that's gone right over the boundary for 4 runs. Yeah. Beautiful shot there from Park, just waited on it, leant back, and good head height, almost bouncer level there for Park, but he's used to a lot of that from his cricket. Great timing. Just getting a little direction here to get the ball in the long grass. That's the River Forth over there, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Didn't quite make the River Forth. 121 for 8 on the other pitch. Now that is getting tasty. You must be getting itchy feet. Feel free to pop off, Paul, and watch that. You've got 20 runs to.
I think I might need to go and watch it.
We'll catch up a bit later, because that looks as though it's going to be a smashing end to the game.
I need to
which
make
could
sure
go
the
either
beers
way.
are ready as well.
Oh, that's another 4. Parks just placed that beautifully through that. Lovely to have you on, Paul, and we'll catch up tomorrow on the commentary. England playing Scotland tomorrow, and that's 4 more to the total. So England look as though they're pushing on to a victory here. 160 for 2. Gary Park 33 not out, and Duffy 55 not out. Just a little bit loose there from Eastwood, who's bowled his heart out. That drop that Azar dropped in the square leg region, that was just heartbreaking for Eastwood. He's bowled really, really quick, and reminds me of Mornie Morkel when he comes in, that long run, tall figure, imposing at the crease as that big right arm comes down. Here he comes. Played on the onside. Just a single there. Oh no, he's looking for a 2. No, sent back. Sent himself back actually there. Things looking very tasty on the pitch number 1. 127 now for 8. Wales have put in a Stirling performance here. 5 overs to go, and they need 15 runs. 15 runs, and they've got 5 overs, so very, very doable on the maths. It's only 3 and over. I'm looking for some inspiration from Pete. Pete's covering both games and doing the scoring for this game. He's looking, and that's well left. Meanwhile, England need 20 runs to win, and they have 69 balls remaining with 8 wickets in hand. It's gone very quiet in the outfield for Ireland here. That's very well bowled, and he's placed that nicely in the third man region. Just let the back come down on that and played that as he usually does. Oh, it looks like we've got another another reason not to travel overseas. in the summer season. All air traffic apparently is now suspended for a technical issue apparently. Anyway, in comes Eastwood. A little bit fuller there, and that's very well bowled. Just mixing it up. Park is equal to the task here. End of the over. 34 overs gone, 166 for 2. Gary Park has played a very fine innings here, 34 off 39, and Duffy 56 off 76. So England need 19 runs, not too far away actually from the Wales total of what they need, but with lots more balls remaining. 129 for 8 Wales are on pitch number 1. 4 overs left. Things are getting squeaky bum time there. Oh, just a slip that's come in now. So it's going to be the leg spin of Livon Shields coming back. 1 for 18 off his 3 previously. Oh, that's gone through the fielder's hands. That's a poor piece of fielding there, and it's going to be 2 runs. Head's just dropped there. The Irish fielder. Commanding performance from Breeze here with the bat. Sorry, Breeze? Duffy. I think Breeze is still in for Wales actually. That's where he's at. And that's a nice... Oh, that's well fielded. That's better fielding from the Irish fielder. 131 for 8 Wales on pitch number 1. So they are... they've had a rear guard action there. A little bit quicker from Shields. That's nicely played off his legs. Just a single. Just work the ball off the legs with the pace. All the side screens just gone in front actually now to the right-handed part. Can't see the scoreboard from the other game. Oh, Gary Park, you just smashed that straight to the fielder at mid-off. That's the captain, I think, John Anderson. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge. That's a bowl. A little bit quicker from Shields. Don't think it's doing much. Very hard track. Did a little bit of an earlier pitch report. It was in great shape. That's short. That's gone all the way, well, for 4 runs anyway. That's a smashing shot through the offside, over extra cover. End of the over, and 173. We're in the 170s. 173 for 2. Gary Park has moved on to 42. Just seeing the 4 there on your screen. You can see the power that he hit that through the offside. Drop short there from Shield. Bang. Right. It's Duffy to continue facing the bowling of Eastwood, a man with a big heart, tall man, long stride. 7 overs he's bowled so far, 0 for 37. He's had no luck. Oh, that sounds like a wicket's fallen on the other ground. In he comes, and that's a little bit slower, but no less effective. Breeze just looking to get on the front foot and drive that, which he did. Devon Shields, there's another wicket that's fallen, is there? 9 down now, Wales. 10 off the target, or close to 10. Oh, Scotland. Is it going to be agony or ecstasy for Scotland? A little bit shorter there. Breeze didn't pick that up. Good quick bowling there from Eastwood, giving everything there. Umpire's just having a word with John Anderson there. Is Breezy still in? Breezy's still in there for Wales. He's got to take the strike. He's not out. Gritty innings there. He's come in a little bit later on in the order for Wales today. He's playing a mid-innings anchor role. Oh, that's a cracking drive there from Duffy. Smashed that through the extra cover region. 4 runs as it rattles against the fence. He really does hit the ball hard. He's moved on to 63 off 82 balls. His partner, Gary Park, 38 off 42. Eastwood's coming in short, just played on the onside, fielder there. Really, really good cricket from England here today. They've chased down this score with great authority. Built the partnership. There's a big shout on the other pitch. And that's driven again. That's an absolutely classical off drive, and that takes England on to 181. 184 required, so going to the total in some style here, England. It's as though this is edging very, very quickly to an 8-wicket win for England, as they had yesterday against Wales. Still putting it in there, Eastwood. That's great to see. It's good fast bowling. He's bowled 8 overs, 0 for 45. It's not been without a tremendous amount of effort from the young man who plays at Rush Cricket Club. So England need 4 runs to win, and have balls remaining is irrelevant. 8 wickets in hand is equally irrelevant, and it's up to that man, Gary Park, who's going to be facing now. Will he see England through to victory? Day 2 of this Triple Crown competition between England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Devon Shields is the bowler as he comes in past the umpire. Short, cracked through the offside, and he's saved a certain 4. Just 1 run to the total. Crack that hard. On the other pitch, 6 runs off 2 overs Wales need for a dramatic win. With 1 wicket in hand, 136 for 9 off 43. Tension on pitch number 1, Scotland. 6 runs Wales need with 1 wicket in hand. James Duffy, 67 off 86 balls so far. He's playing a blinding innings for England here, and he's just got another one to the total there. Two runs to win for England to claim a very well-earned 8-wicket victory. Where's this one going to go? Gary Park just scanning. And that could be it. That could be 4, and it is. And that's the end of the game. So Gary Park signs off with a 4. Handshakes all around, and England win by 8 wickets. Quite enthralling game here. Ireland put runs on the board, and we always thought maybe 200 was required, but that wouldn't have been even close to required for England. They're currently 100, well, they're 187 now for 2. Gary Park 43 off 45 balls, and Duffy 68 not out off 88 balls. So a very, very fine game of cricket which England have won, and we'll just take you through the Ireland bowling and the England batting. So as things get a little bit tasty on the pitch number 1 here, England win by 8 wickets. Chris Hewison was 33 off 53 balls, 4 fours and 1 6, and he was bowled by Paul Ryan. James Duffy not out, 68 off 88 balls, 8 fours and no 6s. Sean Heather was out for 20, 37 balls in 30 minutes, 4 fours, caught by Vikas Diman and bowled by Levon Shields. And that man Gary Park, who had a fine bowling spell as well, 43 not out or 45 balls in 67 minutes. Strike rate of 95.56, which is pretty impressive. So that completes the England batting. On the bowling side, Alan Eastwood, big heart, played his part. 8 overs, no maidens, 0 for 45. Bilal Azhar, 5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 19. Paul Ryan, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14. Jonathan Tall, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 21. Levon Shields, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 43. Andrew Leonard, 5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 24. And Samir Dutt, 4 overs, no maidens, 0 for 24. So not a lot of purchase for the slow bowlers today. Just Ryan and Shields took 1 apiece. A commanding performance by England batsmen. And on to day 3 tomorrow, this Triple Crown, where Scotland play England, and it looks like, and I'm just looking at Pete next to me, the Ireland scorer. How did Wales do, Peter? Just so we can sign off to our viewers here. They don't need many. It looks as though the England players are all watching. And it looks as though it may be coming to an end now. And it could be a Wales victory. There's a round of applause from the England players, it looks like, to the Wales players. They're only 9 down looking at the scoreboard, so I suspect they've got the runs. Anyway, we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. England plays Scotland, and so from me, thank you. From Alan, who co-commentated with me for part of the England. Sorry, I've just break off. Wales beat Scotland by 1 wicket. That was a tense game. To my other co-commentators, Paul Coffey. I also had Sean Park, and I think it was Luke. Who's not playing today. Jake Wilson. Apologies to Jake. He was fantastic to listen to. So thanks for everything you've done, guys, and we'll catch up with you tomorrow.